Is this streaming live?
Yes, but we're not there yet. Just give me a minute here. And I'll let you know. I have everything for today.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, can we, oh, where's Council? I can't start a meeting until I have quorum.
Seconds.
Okay,
Get a little froth there.
So Keith is,
I'll explain all that.
oh, okay, thank you.
Okay, welcome everybody, and sorry for a bit of a late start. This is a special meeting of the the City Council of Nelson on Friday, January the 20th, and so we are streaming live this current budget meeting. Please, just for everybody's information, Councillor Page is unavailable to attend and could be joining us later this afternoon. He is at the first of two budget meetings for the RDCK. As the rep there, he needs to be in attendance at that budget meeting. And Councillor Tate has obligations at work and will be joining us for the afternoon or as soon as she can get away from work. Otherwise, we are all here. So I'd like to call the meeting to order and the Territorial Acknowledgement. We would like to acknowledge that the land on which we gather is the traditional territory of the Ktunaxa, the Syilx, and the Sinix people, and is home to the Métis and many diverse Aboriginal persons. We honor their connection to the land and rivers and respect the importance of the environment to our strength as a community. Can I have someone move adoption of the agenda?
So moved.
Moved by Councillor Lockenberg, seconded by Councillor Woodward. All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. And sorry, I didn't mean to miss number 3, but I didn't think there was any late items that anybody had flagged for me, so. And then moving on to item number 5 is our bylaw. And now I need my computer up, which it's gonna take me forever. But is the fees and charges amendment bylaw number 3523-2023 for final adoption. Am I correct? I don't have the information in front of me.
2023. Yep.
Sorry.
I'll move that, Mayor.
Okay, moved by Councillor Woodward. Is there a seconder? Councillor Pinero. Councillor Woodward, would you mind reading the resolution, please?
That the Corporation of the City of Nelson Fees and Charges Amendment 2023 Water and Wastewater Rates Bylaw number 3562-2023 be finally adopted.
Okay, thank you. So discussion. So we've had a number of meetings before this in regards to the rates this year for water and wastewater at 2% for each one of these utility services. We had this was brought forward for first through third readings on Tuesday night at our regular scheduled meeting where we had some updates and had opportunity for questions. If there's anything anybody has a question about now, and just in terms of process, just so you know, if suddenly in the last 2 days we've come up with something that wasn't quite right and we wanted to change it, we would actually have to go back and repeal third reading and sort of start the process over again. So usually by the time we get to this point, we should be satisfied that all of our questions have been answered and that we can go through with doing the final adoption of this bylaw change. So just for the general public to understand that, because sort of wonder, like we get to this and it just seems like we always just go, yeah. And it's only because we've had so much information previous and there is a procedural requirement that we would have to sort of back up and start over again if there was any dramatic changes or needs for changes that come forward today. So looks like nobody has any comments or further concerns around that. So all those in favor of the motion as read? Okay, any opposed? Seeing none, that carries. Thank you. So those, for the general public, those bills, like we always like to say that we're sending out bills. Oh, ha, ha, ha. Those will go out when, Chris?
Yeah, I think they're just going to start printing those up probably next week, so could be by the end of the week that we get those out to see how quickly they can get things moving. So within the next week or two, they'll be out.
Okay.
Yep.
And if you pay by a certain date,
Yes, so if you pay by March 15th, then you get the 10% discount.
great.
So we'll send out reminders, and reminders, I mean, you know, on our Facebook page and things like that to kind of, so folks can remember it. And if you're signed up for the alerts and things too, you'll get that.
Great.
Yep.
Thank you for that.
Can I just clarify? So all of these bills do go out by paper?
Correct.
Okay.
You can pay them, though, online.
Now you can. Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah, probably the easiest way to pay is through your online banking and just select City of Nelson as a payee and do it that way. It seems to be the most efficient way to do it, so that's what we'd recommend. Or sign up for pre-authorized where every month it comes off and then you're usually good to go.
Is there a return envelope included in the mailout?
There isn't.
No, good. Thank you.
And I think that's a good reminder of pre-authorization, you know, especially those that are, find a large bill at one time hard to pay. So, you know, even if you want to start with a smaller amount to, you know, start to build towards that, then that, you know, all goes to reduce whatever that bill at the end of the day. So if you can build that up over the next 12 months, then you'll be facing a much smaller bill or no bill, and it just becomes part of your monthly expenditures.
Any further questions just in general about the process here now that the bills will go out? Okay. That's it's a perfectly good question to ask, Councillor Payne. So I mean, it's worth bringing up. I mean, I know that paper, you know, will we get so that we don't have paper bills in terms of this? I don't know, but I think that you've obviously twigged that finance might look at that going forward, because of course now we get utility bills. If you're signed up, you can get your utility bill by email, right? That's how I get mine. So I'm not getting that paper bill sent to my house anymore. So always contemplating how we can save a tree.
Well, and save money too. It's definitely more expensive to mail something out than it is to send it electronically. So as we're going through the budgeting process, and it may be part of the strategic planning, you know, there are bits we can save everywhere that add up, and mailing is expensive, so I'll just file it away.
Okay, moving on to item 6, recommendations from staff. So diving right into the budget presentations for today, with the hopes that we're going to get through admin, HR, public works. We're going to have this afternoon MFABC, which is the Municipal Finance Authority, who is basically where we borrow from for any large capital projects, and also they also work as an investor for us. We're having a presentation from them and looking at equipment. So I'm going to turn it over to our financial officer, Chris Jury, to start the day.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I thought a little bit of a change. I wanted to start with a really brief kind of update on where we are as far as snow removal. Just have a very short presentation here. I don't know, Sarah, if you can.
Can you see it there?
So, I mean, you look out the window and you think, you know, why do we need anybody to do snow removal? But, you know, 2022 was a challenging year. The start of the year, of course, we had a huge dump of snow, almost exhausted our entire annual budget right in that first few weeks of January. So we did increase the budget for 2022 to kind of, if we had a typical remainder of the year, that would have given us enough budget to last to the end of the year. We also had a bit of a, we're under budget in snow removal in the prior year, so carrying some of that forward to 2022 was part of that plan. What ended up happening, though, is we had a pretty significant November and December as well. It started early, and it did not let up. So we ended the year here as our final numbers are getting in and payrolls finally up to date for all of 2022. We're getting our numbers coming in, and here's, I guess, a picture says 1,000 words. Here we are on our snow removal. So the line there is the budget from each year, 2022 being at the end and kind of going backwards all the way to 2016. You can see there's a couple of years there that we were under budget, a couple of years that we were pretty close to budget. 2017 we were over, and of course 2022 significantly over. So we had that increase in budget that we approved at the beginning of the year, but the second half of the year was not as much as the first part, but quite a heavy snow year. So this is kind of where we're ending up now, is sort of in that $270,000 over for snow removal. I don't know if Charlie Henderson might want to step up here, but he's put together some kind of interesting data from Environment Canada here. This is quite neat. Maybe you can explain a little bit about what he's seeing here.
Thanks, Chris. Thanks, Mayor and Council. So I've taken all the data from Environment Canada. So what this graph shows, and think of this as the ski hill snowpack. This is the snowpack that was recorded at the airport. So roughly 534 meters above sea level. The green graph is the 2022. You can see that we maintained a solid snowpack at the airport, so kind of at lake level, consistently right through. The previous 5 years, you'll see we never maintained a continuous snowpack. Pardon me. In 2021 was measurable to 2022, but we had a really strong break in the mid-December where all the snowpack melted. So you can see that we just continually maintained. Over Boxing Day, we had 37 centimeters of snowpack down at the airport. So you can only imagine what was up in upper uphill. During this time as well, we had over 160 centimeters forecasted for this month and a half. So a lot of forecasted. We don't have a weather station that shows accumulation in a 24-hour period. That takes a manned person to actually physically wipe the board and take a measurement. But we have the snowpack data from Environment Canada.
So where that sort of leaves us, like I mentioned, is with our $270,000 over on the snow removal budget for the year. And the snow removal really is just an estimate. It's one of those things that's really hard to, I mean, if you could predict that, then you'd be, probably in a different line of work. But so it really is just an estimate. There's going to be years that you're over and years that you're under. We do have other areas of the budget, same sort of thing, where we, might see some places where we're under budget. So it's a bit too early to say, hey, here's what we've got for a full year. We're still kind of doing those final year-end entries and getting last bits of invoices and things in. So I just wanted to bring this to your attention, that this is kind of where we landed, and we'll see if there's anything we need to do next steps from this. But I think we'll just sort of wait and see how the rest of the numbers kind of fill in. Interesting, I was just sort of looking at a few, I was curious what the situation was in a few other places. So City of Kelowna, on December 27th, they announced that they were going to be $500,000 over budget for their snow removal. Now their budget is $2 million, which surprised me that it's only $2 million, but they maybe don't get as much snow as we do here. So $500,000 over for them. And I don't know if anybody can guess which city in Canada has the highest snow removal budget, but well, maybe that's it might be per capita. Yeah, it could be. But as a total amount, Montreal's snow removal budget is $187 million.
Whoa.
Yeah. And it just blows my mind that,
Wow.
you know, something, you're moving around white stuff that's just gonna melt. Then you think about what you could do with 187 million. But that's what to live in these places through the winters, I mean, that's what you need to do to carry on, right?
That's astonishing.
Yeah.
And maybe if I can just add a couple of points now. So as we have transitioned to warmer weather, up to 60% of the crew is not working off that snow removal budget. So we've pivoted to warmer weather activities, whether, you know, we're in Lakeside picking up leaves in the playground currently. We're looking at, you know, where our sidewalks are at, our benches in the parks are at, our signage. There's lots of signs that need repair throughout town. So we do pivot when the weather allows us to as well. When it is snowing like December, we're 100% staff on that snow removal budget. But we do pivot as soon as we have breaks in the weather like this.
I'll let you go first. I have a question. I just put my hand up
Oh, okay.
to acknowledge myself. I'll never figure that out because I look at them at the head. I consider our presenters as the head of the table, and I just want to get in the queue. So Jesse, you can go first. Councillor
Mayor.
Woodward, you can go first, and I'll go second.
Thank you. You know, I think as you're talking, as we're going through this rather kind of odd situation here with lack of snow, you know, people, I've noticed in the community, like, we get these big snowfalls, there's this rush to try to remove it, throwing everything we have at it. People are frustrated, I understand that. But at the same time, it's like, if we, you know, staffed up and budgeted, you know, huge amounts for snow removal, and then this happens, I mean, it's just such essentially a waste of taxpayer funds, and I just wish we could communicate to the public that it's a constant flux and flow, and so that, you know, when we get, I guess I wish we could have some breathing room when snow events happen, because, you know, otherwise we're loading up an area of town which may or may not, or the budget which may or may not be used, and we can do other things. So I just don't know if communications are possible to talk to the public about. It's just this, you know, it's a never-ending management situation, and there's no, like, you know, perfect equation that's going to get us there with perfect snow removal. But I guess it's communications, I suppose. What is needed most, but
Yeah. Yeah, and it's one of the reasons we have a surplus, is so that when you're over budget on these types of unforeseen events, you can use your surplus. And then in years where you're under budget, like, you know, it's still early, but maybe 2023,
Yeah.
then you can put some of that back into surplus to use, you know, for a rainy day, right? So, I mean, one option, and I can sort of put it on the slide there, but, you know, we have a surplus. We could carve out a piece of that surplus just for snow removal, for example. So in years where you're under budget, it kind of goes into there. When you're over budget, you can kind of pull from there.
Right.
It's essentially all part of the same pot, but you're kind of identifying it as a certain item and having a policy that when you're under budget, you'll put funds into there. So that's
Right.
something we could do too.
But it's also,
Yeah.
sorry, Mayor, may I have a
Sure, supplemental.
supplemental? It's also like a staffing issue, right? Like where you're directing staff, so when we have a huge snowfall, you're pushing all your staff towards working on that issue. And when, I imagine a lot of things get dropped because then they go and they focus on that. But again, communicating that to the public that, you know, we're trying to find that balance, right? Staffing, budgeting, what needs to be done, and responding to it in sort of an emergency situation to say there's a ton of snow. I don't know. I guess I'm asking: can we do more to get out this message of how unpredictable it is, and trying to find the best ways to spend taxpayer money?
Yeah, I think with our communication piece, we have our admin assistants that's really working on improving our communication. So we've, you know, in the last couple of weeks, we've really talked about, you know, tree management downtown. We've talked about our snow removal in Rosemont and in Uphill. But yeah, we're really trying to press more communications coming out of Ottawa. So I think we'll duly noted, and we'll try to improve on that.
Thank you.
Can I just add, you know, I think like we do an exceptional job on snow removal in the city of Nelson. Last night I drove through Roslyn, and I can tell you it's, you know, first of all, it's still winter up there, but their roads are, you know, not in great shape. You know, the highway is reasonable, but as soon as you get off that highway anywhere, you know, those first couple blocks are challenging. But they're a winter town, and that's the reality of being in a winter town. You can see where they cut back and remove snow and all those sorts of things, but the roads are icy, they're rutty, they're etc. I know talking to one of our kids last night in Prince George, you know, they've had freeze thaw. He said he actually literally has to he's in a 4-wheel drive truck. He has to back his back wheels against the curb on the other side to get up his driveway. It's so icy and rutted, and so sometimes you're the product of your own success, and you know, we do such a exceptional job. I think the expectations is people lose sight that we are a winter town, and we do have very steep streets, and we do have you know, a lot of elevation gain in a short period of time. So you know, I'm not suggesting we temper, you know, I think we have to set, you know, one thing, realistic expectations, and you know, be proud of the work we do. And yes, there is, you may not get up your certain street, or you may not park where you normally park, and it will take us some time to do that. But the amount of snow we remove and all those things, you know, is, you know, pretty high level, and I think Charlie can attest to that. You know, coming here, you came from a sort of a dry climate, and you come to this we're an interior rainforest, and we get precipitation.
Yeah, my experience, you know, I lived up in Terrace and Kitimat for 5 years. That was record snowfall for British Columbia. We had 116 centimeters in 24 hours, and then I went down to the dry climate of Merritt, where, you know, 44 centimeters on an annual basis was the typical. I really want to echo the program that's implemented here, you know, working with Ministry of Transportation and other service areas, chaining vehicles up. Our snowplows are chained up 99%. So there's a lot of effort that goes in just maintaining the chains for the plow trucks. You look at, you know, plow trucks for, you know, in other service areas, and they may chain up 5-6 times a year. We are constantly chained up due to the topographic of this area. So it is a very robust program, and there's a lot of effort that's put forth.
I just really want to clarify, I know that there's a huge amount of effort. I'm just talking about getting that out to the public, that there is a huge amount of effort and the work is done well. It's just, it seems to be something is not quite meshing, where, because I think I think we live in an instantaneous society. Everything wants to be done like right away. That's not possible, and people want their tax dollars spent well. So I think you know what I'm advocating for. I know you're doing a great job of just getting that out.
I think that message came through, yeah. Just an interesting anecdote, when I was in Vancouver in the middle of December, and they had that dump of snow, and no one was used to it, and I was in a taxi, and the taxi driver was just raging at the city for not having fleets of trucks out there to clear the roads, and why were the snow still on the road, and it's been a whole day, and why, you know, we pay good tax dollars. And you know, I didn't want to get in a debate about, you know, do you really want to staff up for this once in I don't know how many decades. Their snow removal budget in Vancouver is $4 million. You know, I just said Montreal was 187 and Kelowna's 2, so it's only double what Kelowna's is, and they probably don't use it a lot of the time. So you're right, the messaging, it's not just here, it's probably everywhere when things like this happen. It's just, you know, to realize that you don't have the equipment and staff for those extreme events. You have them for what you might be a typical kind of event. So, yeah.
Councilor Pinero.
Yeah, so totally recognizing the unpredictable nature of all of this and the complexities of it. And then, but going back to sort of very recent history, so like Christmas time, basically, where we had sort of Christmas and the holidays at the same time as a lot of snow. And I think there was definitely, as Councillor Woodward sort of was talking about, there's a definite perception in the community that nothing was happening for a week or so there. And I'm just wondering if you guys can articulate what our staffing looks like over the holidays, and if it changes at all, or if there's any, given that we are over budget, is there any option to like put people in the street at that point, right at the end of the year, when this is sort of, the wheels are coming off a little bit, and, you know, just to, what is our process around that? And also just as a supplementary thing, I mean, like, in the last 7 years, we've been over budget 4 times, by varying amounts, and we've been under budget twice, right? So we've hit it on the nose once. And so, and how happy, how does that stack up for you all, and where do you think, like, do you think we can do better than that, or is that just about sort of par for the course for dealing with something as ridiculous as the weather?
You want to answer the first part first? Or?
Yeah,
Sure.
we did have some holidays over the holidays. I mean, we do a lot for staff to take, but we did have every single shift covered with multiple areas. It was probably, we might have saw a 30%, 40% reduction there. But when we say we're not out there, we're also having the highest amount of snowpack as well. If you look at the Environment Canada chart over that holiday, we were out there working constantly, but we were also facing almost the worst weather at that time as well. So in my kind of career, Christmas, we always see storms over Christmas, but we did have the hugest amount. There was 37 centimeters of snowpack on Boxing Day. It was a struggle. It was a tough snowfall.
Maybe I can answer the financing side of it. Yeah, there's no conversation that would happen where we would say, hey, we're out of money, so don't plow the snow. But, that's a priority to get that done, and the safety, and so that's kind of why we're having this conversation now. We wouldn't stop the crews from going out for budgetary reasons, but do we need more in our snow plowing budget? I mean, it's always a challenge. We have a lot of cost pressures across the board, and how want to keep things affordable for folks. There might be a case for maybe putting a little bit more in that, and then, like I said, if it's not spent, it kind of goes into a reserve, and we can kind of pull on that in future years. We might be a little bit light on the budget, when you look back historically, so that's something we'll definitely take a look at.
Yeah, I think like being able to be pragmatic in that situation is the best thing for everybody, right?
Yeah.
Like, if we need to spend the money, we spend it, and if we don't, then it's there for other things.
Yeah, but again, at no point did that ever stop us from going out and plowing the snow.
And I just add that for our own staffing, it's really an allocation piece. We keep the same staffing levels, as Charlie indicated. Right now, same staffing, they're doing some other things. So now, 60% of their time is being utilized over here, but we're still paying that same staff member. They're in our budget overall. Sometimes it's because we have all these different funds, utilities, capital, etc. That's where you see these, the impacts on the budget. There's the general budget, which is where snow plowing is captured. But if that staff member was actually scheduled to do utility work, then we're going to be under in utilities, but over in the general budget. So I know Chris and Charlie are looking to make sure that we're holistically charging those staff and making sure that we're accounting for all their time, because really what should happen here, if it's only our own staff, it should be some budget somewhere else is under, but it might be captured in a utility that we can take from that utility and put it into the general operating. the piece that is an addition is really when we need to use contractors, or is kind of when you're looking at additional cost to the, our overall budget. So it's sometimes hard to, really see where that's at. Clearly, when we're plowing snow, it's, we're not pruning trees, or we're not improving parks, or those other things that are actually tangible, improvements. This is chasing white stuff around the city, and it's, and that's just the reality of it. Rather have them out pruning trees and things like that, but when it's snowing, we need to get them working on this stuff. So I know they're going to do some work on that, and there's likely some places in the budget that we didn't get to a capital project. We didn't get to some utility work or sidewalk work or some other things that we would normally get to, because we've had to dedicate them to snow plowing. So even though it shows as a big extra cost, it's kind of a big extra cost.
Yeah,
Missed out somewhere else.
Yeah, the overtime was pretty nominal when we looked at it over the year. Labor is a component. Equipment charges are another piece, though, that, that's some pretty heavy equipment that's out there. And the salt and sand and things like that as well. But we're going to talk a little bit this afternoon of some other, or this morning, of some other types of ideas that we have as well that might kind of help us going forward as far as reducing that material cost and doing things more efficiently. So stay tuned.
Councillor Payne, then Councillor Lockenberg.
My first question was about expectations around city. We do live in so I'll just reiterate what's already been said. We need to help our citizens understand we live in a winter town. We need to drive as if we live in a winter town. That would be helpful. And the other part that I'm trying to understand how this falls under is we have bylaws that explain that people need to make a clear area so you can do your job. But when people don't comply, Public Works is unable to sufficiently clear the road so that we can then fully utilize it. What's missing there? Are we, my understanding of sidewalk shoveling is that that's complaint-based. Is that the same as when cars park, they just park their car there all the time? I keep moving, cars back and forth at our house. I have 2 car share vehicles on my corners. So I keep moving those things back and forth, hoping somebody will come along and plow on those appropriate days, odd even days. But the block further up from me, nobody's moving their vehicles. And that street is unnavigable. And I'm sure we're hearing from some of those people that it is. So I'm trying to find out how we can help the residents do a better job of their responsibility so that you can more efficiently and effectively do your job, so that you're not coming back now to scoop up that snow that's been sitting there compacted and between 8 and 12 trucks an hour are going by my place where they've picked up that snow that, I don't know, could it have been gotten in the first go-round? Because that seems like a huge expense when I see those trucks running for weeks at a time. So I don't know if that's an actual question, or if you see sort of where I'm going. How can we do a better job as residents? Because that's a cost. So by not being good citizens, we're just increasing the costs for Public Works. Is that a fair statement?
I think there's collaboration with the bylaw department, right, who enforces that bylaw, and Public Works or operations, right? Operations, we try to relay the information as best we can to the bylaw department to aid us. They have develops a stack of job scopes as well. So, you know, it's a community. Residents need to do their part, and I 110% agree with you. You know, there is a part of a residence that really helps our productivity and efficiently. Operations doesn't, you know, go knocking on the doors and asking them to move their car. You know, we rely on the bylaw officers to help us out with that kind of efficiency. But there is a taxpayer resident component to us being efficient as we can, and any help that we can get is really appreciated when we're out there plowing a large accumulation of snow.
Councillor Lockenberg.
Thanks, Mayor. So it seems to me this, like a lot of the issues that we have, or certainly we experience as electeds, is around communication. It's the public reaching out to us complaining about something. So in part, at least, some of this is communication. Beyond that, it seems to be about like broad scale social change. Like, how do we get people to change their behaviors in many ways, whether it be moving their car, walking more, or just, you know, shoveling the neighbor's sidewalk even. Like, there's something we could do better here. And this is maybe over to Kevin, as a communications matter. You know, what I get when I hear from people is that there's just a complaint about the system, and it's like it's dehumanized. It doesn't recognize that our staff are working really hard to meet this challenge. Often, sometimes trying circumstances. It's just like, you guys suck, and you guys is just super generalized. So, communication-wise, one thing I would recommend, and there's some good research on this, like Marshall Gans and the public narrative system, framework for communication, gives you a way to tell a story that humanizes it and includes people in, this is your city. You are just as much responsible for how this snow gets dealt with as our city staff are. So let's kind of start to envision how we're all in this together. That's a part of it. And also potentially, and as I'm being a little facetious here, but maybe not so much, I could imagine Ginger sending somebody, or maybe Ginger, doing a ride along and recording a video on a particularly rough day, to show, you know, the challenges you might face, and yet another car blocking its road, you know, really making it real for people in a way that from this side of the steering wheel, I guess, and on the plow truck. So just maybe a recommendation over to Ginger on communications about coming up with like a campaign on how we can make all of this much more real and make sure that the responsibility is as much felt by our residents as much as it is.
Councillor Lockenberg, I'm sure you're aware that there has been the Instagram. You're much more social media savvy than myself, but you know, Ginger did do the ride along in the snow. Yes, she's already done that. Yeah.
She did a ride along.
Yeah, she did a ride along.
But was it kind of
You
like,
know, it was fun.
It was fun. I'm not sure it conveyed the message that
Yep. So I mean, but
Councillor is
we
talking
have
about. So
to.
we're on the track.
The issue for me really is when I hear this, and I hear this from everybody, and probably for every email that comes in to all of us, there's probably one more that comes directly to me via, you know, about snow plowing, and I think we've done a podcast. We're out there doing that, but again, for me, it always comes down to the fact that we can do all of this, but the old adage, if you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink, is always still in play, because there's a whole segment that don't use social media. There's a whole segment that no longer get any kind of newspaper because the Nelson Star doesn't deliver. For the most part, you need to pick that up somewhere to read anything that we're putting on the back page of that. So it is hard, short of going door to door to tell some members of the community what the process is. But we have really ramped up communication this year around snow.
Yeah, I would just say thanks for that, Mayor, because I'm not on Instagram at all, or Facebook as much as I can avoid it. But the thing that I'm really inspired by with this Marshall Gans framework is that a lot of research was done in terms of local governments, state governments in the U.S. and federal governments in terms of their communication and how profoundly ineffective governments are at communicating. And this public narrative model really seems to work. It's about how you communicate. It's also recognizing that there's these serious tipping points in terms of public awareness. You can put out everything and get really no penetration at all. You think you're hitting all the media, you're doing everything, but still no penetration. But a story well told then kind of overwhelms or falls over that tipping point, and then it becomes, it's viral, I guess, but viral within your community context. So it's just tweaking it to get it right, and then it gets shared and referred to. And I talked to Ginger about our YouTube channel. That's probably one really effective, broadly available medium, and she's really embraced it. So that's the kind of thing, if we could share, and I think if it were on YouTube at least, I know that my response to people would be just sending that YouTube link if I thought it really captured it. And that's maybe what we can do. Anytime somebody emails us, we promote it back to them. Yeah, here, check this out. Yeah, anyways, I'll just leave it at that.
So that ride-along, I think, had one of the highest
Yeah.
ever
There you go.
It was
Super out of the loop.
responses.
It was entertaining. You should watch it.
Yeah, and she did both a long version and a short version, and I think it really captured, what it was behind that, behind that wheel and the streets that we go down, and
There's also more photographs of staff, I've noticed.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which is really great, humanizing
Yeah.
City Hall. This is your friends and neighbors working as hard as they can. So I think that's been a really great turn.
But yeah, we'll certainly look at, I know Ginger really, anything she does that is actually video gets a way higher
Yeah.
sort of
Totally.
viewership than anything else, and she's really worked hard on, as Councillor Woodward said, humanizing our staff, and I think that that snow plowing truck video of any of them, you were sitting there with John behind the the wheel, and him just talking about the fatigue it is to to be constantly on that truck all day, and being 100% on your game. And actually in that video he goes down this back lane, and he says he goes over the hill, and he's no return now, and he says there's normally a car that's parked in this lane that I have to be really conscious of, that and there's a pole on this other side, and so yeah, I think that's definitely it. And we do surveys. If we do a survey on snow plowing, and we do that survey in July, we get really high rankings on snow plowing, and poor rankings on on parks, or how we cut the grass, or those things. So I think everybody has to recognize it's what's happening at the moment, and people react to what's happening in the moment, and you ask them a month later, and the roads are good, and you guys do an awesome job on snow plowing. In fact, I think the mayor was saying before this that people were just giving her praise after praise of how we're doing on snow removal. So I think you have to take all of that with a little bit of grain of salt and not overreact to it, because I think overall, I would say once the event settles down and people are back to normal, they go, yeah, no, we do a really good job on that, right?
Right. Great.
Councillor Payne.
I did love the ride along. I thought it was a lot of fun. I had a better understanding of don't want that job. What I'd love to see is also a walk along, because I am a pedestrian, and the amount of windrows that I need to navigate to get safely, and when I'm stepping onto Vancouver Street and have to get over 2 windrows at a crosswalk with a car coming around a curve, I am very concerned about my personal health, because the last thing I want to do is fall off of one of those onto the road. So I would love to see a walk along on, and maybe that would, again, tell the story for people who just don't walk a lot. So they think if they've shoveled from their front door to their car, they're good. And don't always consider those that are trying to be more active and not utilize vehicles as much. So if we can get a walk-along added to the mix. The one communication that everyone does get is a hydro bill, so that might be an opportunity to, and I know that not everyone's getting it by mail these days, but
We've talked about that in the past in terms of
at the
everybody
beginning
does
of
get
the
that bill,
season.
and so you can have some kind of message attached to it.
Yeah.
That,
I also like, as we're moving forward, we have Nelson next, and I'm sure I know every department is working on that, but I remember watching the RDCK presentation of their climate plan, and I can't remember the exact terms that Paris Marshall Smith was using, but she was calling it a climate culture. Do you remember, Rick, what that was? But, so just helping people to think around this, we need to all be in this together. The other part of the story is we need to be helping the walkers and the stroller pushers and the people using mobility devices, as well as the vehicles, to move safely through our city at all times of the year. But just that culture.
I was involved with that plan, doing a review of it before it went out, and that, I mean, it reflects the climate culture in terms of part of that was about the fact that the climate movement is a bit new for the RDCK. We do have Nelson next, and we've been miles ahead, and it's that idea of, given the fact that they have 180 different service agreements, is that they need to get all of their staff mindful, and that the RDCK needs to have a climate culture, just the way that we talk about looking at all of the work that we do here through the climate and social justice lens. And so that, I think they're just a little bit behind on it. So yes, they want to engage their residents, but for the most part, this plan is a plan that's really directing staff. So they need within their organization to have a climate culture moving forward, as all communities need to do. So, and it's great that they've finally got their plan up and operating, and there's a lot of overlap between their plan and our plan in some respects, and that when I was at that table as one of the only municipal people in terms of reviewing that document, was to push, because there was a few places where they had completely missed out talking about Nelson and linking to our utilities and such. So I think they do have a good program now.
And can I just add on the, your comments on sidewalks and walking and all that? So we are, and I think Councillor Page also asked about, cycling lanes, et cetera. So we are moving towards to take a full transportation approach to this, that we don't separate, streets from sidewalks from cycle lanes, that we need to manage, how people get around and how you choose to get around. We're going to have good available methods for you to get around. So the sidewalk is as important as the road. The cycle lane is as important, and start to look at those budgets in totality, that we don't just carve out, the parking meter revenue is only for roads. It actually supports our whole transportation approach, and so we're gonna, it's gonna take us a bit of time to, we've carved those out in different budgets and responsibilities, et cetera, but we do want to, start to integrate those and just say, when our employees are out on the street, they need to look at, is all forms of transportation safe and available and well used. So if there's, trees overhanging sidewalks that you can't walk down the sidewalk, you're pushed out in the street, or, I know walking some of the lanes, the water comes down there and freezes the lane, we plow the sidewalk, but then you have this no man's land of like you're taking your life into your own hand. Is our street lighting appropriate so that, a pedestrian feels safe on our streets as well, or on our sidewalks as well? So we are moving towards taking a holistic approach to transportation overall, no matter what form it is.
So I had a question right back at the very beginning. And councillors, do you have any more questions? I don't want to. I want to make sure that everybody's. So I just want to understand that we are still removing some snow, probably on corners in uphill that's got significant accumulation. We're still, unfortunately, I mean, as Councillor Payne points out, that trucks going up and down the street there to get to uphill. But we are still removing snow.
Yeah, that's correct. So we do have about 40% of our staff right now hauling snow from the higher elevations. We still do kind of have a snow storage issue. So we are preparing for the next storm, which, you know, we are only in the middle of January. So we want to be as proactive as we can. So we are removing, you know, the difference between the airport snowpack and uphill or at the top of Rosemont as well. We were in Rosemont last week as well. It's significant when you get to the higher elevations, and we need to prepare for the next storm. Those activities will wrap up, but we're kind of always in some capacity continually trying to prep for the next storm. This upcoming week, we're looking at cooler temperatures, but clear. It's the week after that, I'm expecting that we will be back into some significant accumulation. It's hard to tell. We are outside. We are looking to 5 centimeters of snow tomorrow. So, you know, we're always trying to stay on top of it as best as we can and prepare that, you know, it's not a single lane side road where people can't get to their residence when, you know, if we have a 30 centimeter snowfall in a week and a half, we have to prepare that we have that width for snow storage.
Thank you. I just, yes, to think that we're not gonna get any more snow, I think we all get complacent, but I've seen, I've been here long enough to see terrific snowfall in May, so, and I only live halfway up the elevation to uphill where I live. I just want to remind council that in terms of the budget as we go through this, yes, there's currently an overage, but this budget and the budgets where we take surplus, these aren't restricted funds. This isn't like when we're talking about the water utility that we just passed the bylaw for. We can't go into water and say, oh, well, we'll just take out the 300,000. Those are restricted funds. Snow plowing is part of a bigger general budget, so there is that ebb and flow to cover these costs, and that's always been a little bit of why we've never, as a hard and fast rule, said, oh, well, we're gonna tax, look at these numbers, we're always short, let's make sure that we're taxing in the additional 100,000 for snow removal that may or may not get used, because, you know, that's another percentage of, what is it these days? What are we running? 1% is, yeah. You know, that we're gonna ask for a tax increase to park money for snow removal. I think we have to be cognizant of the fact that when you look back, as Council Panero has brought up, that we've been a little bit missing the mark in a few of the last years, but it's not been so significant that it's been a real economic burden to the city to shift things. And as is said, is that right now, because it's nice, we have staff out doing other things. Well, you know, if the season is shorter for trimming trees, that money has gone to removing the snow. So it does, at the end of the day, sort of balance out. So less concerns there. I think also the point that was raised in some of the complaints we had over the Christmas season is I had one resident who lives on a primary route that must be cleaned because it's an emergency, told me that he never saw a plow for 8 days because the city mandated that staff have all of the holidays and statutory days off, that we actually had a vote and approved that as a council, which is not true, and it was on an emergency route. So, I mean, if I live on a dead end street, if I live where Kevin used to live, well, we never plowed his street anyways. Yeah, he lived next door to the mayor, so that was never plowed. Yeah, you know, this concerned citizen lives on like I say, a primary route, so I know full well that every day that a snowplow would have gone in front of his house, whether it was Christmas Day, Boxing Day, or the statutory holidays that fell as a result of contractual requirements of the city. So. Yeah, I think we just have to be patient, and communications always, it's a constant theme. It was the theme in our last term, it was the theme in the term before that, is trying to get these communication strategies correct going forward, and it's not just snow removal. It'll be pretty soon, it'll be something else. It'll be dust. It'll be the dust. The dust is next, yes. Anyhow, but I want to thank you for bringing forward the fact that we did try to top this up, and then, we had the bad end to 2022 on the bad, do we call it bad?
No.
Snowmageddon at the 3rd of January at the beginning of the year. Who knew that we would bookend snowstorms like that? Because that normally doesn't happen. Usually, we would have one snowstorm, and then the Christmas one maybe would have waited till January, and so it would be in the next budget year. But we got the front end, the back end in 2022 in terms of snow. And for those that ski, they had a heck of a good year. Councillor Payne, you had a comment.
Just one last question. Have we ever had an environmental assessment regarding where we store the snow? Are we storing it in the best possible place for long-term melt and going into the water table? I'm just throwing that out there as we move forward into wetter times, drier times, not always being when we anticipated. Is that going to be a factor?
I would I've only been here 6 months, so I can't answer that historic question of environmental assessment. I do know real estate for stockpiling snow is a limited resource for us, and we do the absolute best we can. So currently we do bring it down to Lakeside at the sports field. That's kind of our primary, and then throughout the day, kind of from a 7 to 3, or pushing to an earlier time, we go to Rosemont. Those are currently the 2 areas that we are putting our snow.
No, just interesting. Thank you.
The old days are long gone where the snow was pushed into the lake.
Yeah. No,
That is now, we're not allowed to do that anymore. So, yeah, where do you put it while you wait for it to melt has always been a challenge. And it has raised a number of concerns for the residents in Rosemont that live near that spot.
Yeah.
But I think that we've addressed those issues by
hope so. Yep.
limiting the hours of operation of that area for dumping in Rosemont.
Oh, that's what happened. Thank you.
It has.
Right, I mean, I just like, as you're asking that question, I mean, like, there were concerns, I mean, like, because there was snow removal going on day and night, and it was very disturbing to the residents, and so, I think it has to be acknowledged that Director Henderson, met with the concerned citizens and, came up with a plan to try to mitigate, and, in my follow-up, I said, and if we got another 3-foot snowmageddon snowfall, there is a good chance that we would be using that snow capture area for more extended hours, but know that you have snowmageddon, and then snowmageddon's gone, and you've got the problems done, but that there would be no, there's no absolute guarantee that somebody couldn't be dumping snow there at 11 o'clock at night. But for so far this season, the snow has been enough that with 7 to 3 has worked well, and they were accepting of the fact that, yes, there are challenges, and that, they would be aware of it. And we would try to give the neighborhood notification that we were gonna be changing the hours for a short period of time, if necessary. Any further discussion on snow removal and the budgetary where it sits? Okay.
I just want to, I just don't want to not, or leave an impression that we may not, in fact, I think it looks like we're going to have to come back for a financial plan amendment on to put some more money into the general overall budget. I think that's where it's leading at this time. We're going to do some more work on it, but I don't want to leave the impression that we can manage this 270 within the current general operating budget.
Yeah, across the board, things are tight this year, and I think we all kind of knew that going into it. So we'll take a look, but yeah, there's a very good chance we come back and say, you know, we need to take a bit more from our surplus this year, and again, that's why that's there, to handle situations like this and to cover that off for 2022. And we've got some thoughts for 2023 and how we can maybe make improvements going forward, be more efficient.
Thank you. Okay, just trying to keep us on schedule. As with all things, Director Jury spoke to me yesterday and said, I need about 10 minutes at the top of the meeting to talk about snow removal.
Hour later.
So here we are, an hour in. It's always the best laid plan. I'm going to suggest that 10 minutes right now. Anybody that needs another coffee or needs to go to the bathroom, to do that right now. We're going to come back and we're going to do operations. You have basically 1 hour because of just the way our day is going, because we need to have our break for lunch, and we have MFA coming in right at 1 o'clock. So stretch your legs. You got 10 minutes, and we'll be back at this at 11. Yeah.
I noticed it's getting lighter.
It's like, it's a noticeable difference between when I left and came back.
Oh yeah. It always moves faster right at the very beginning. It's at the summertime there. It's a slow creep. I did get an email yesterday from a citizen saying, thank you. I don't know. They must have paid too much in their utility bill over the last year, and now it was such a big amount that they were actually getting a credit. And of course, my electronic signature is on the check. So I got, last mayor never sent me any money. Yeah, I said, and he said, so on that note, I'd like to take you for a beer. So, because it's also a friend, I mean, and I said, yep, beer is good. Don't think you're getting another check.
Okay, we're live.
And how much of that went live?
Yeah. The beer part did.
The beer part, okay, yeah. Anyways, a little bit of fun. So we are moving on to operations. So fleet, parks, public works, transit, utilities, wastewater, and water treatment options. And you have 1 hour.
I got this.
Hey, it's all yours.
Okay. I just want to make sure, okay, perfect, yep. So this is basically an introduction for mayor and council of what operations is. We are the team that maintains the infrastructure above ground and below ground, minus facilities. So when the engineering department, capital works department completes a project, it is up to my department to maintain that infrastructure. So as the mayor pointed out, it is fleet, parks, public works, transit, utilities, wastewater, and water treatment operations. Here is our org chart. So we're looking forward to the general manager of community planning, climate, and infrastructure. Below that is myself, the director of operations. Green is our exempt staff, our supervisors. So we have our utilities supervisor, Scott Eagleson, who you've met, public works and park supervisor, who is behind me here, Charles Jansen, our fleet and transit supervisor, who is also behind Charles there, Jody Cayley. We have our office administrator, Mark Craig. The blue is our unionized staff member. So in our wastewater treatment plant, we have 6 full-time QP members. Utilities has a 9 full-time staff. Public Works, we have 5 full-time staff and 5 casuals. So as our snow accumulation comes, we will call in our casuals to help out with our snow removal. In the summertime, as we start ramping up with parks or deal with vacations, we will be bringing in our casual staff. Parks is 12 full-time staff and 4 summer students. Summer students can be hard to retain sometimes or offer, so that 4 can fluctuate. Transit, we have 8 full-time staff, 7 casuals. Our shop, which maintains our entire city fleet, as well as police, is 5 full-time staff, and office admin, 2 full-time staff. Policies, bylaws, kind of some guiding documents. water and wastewater utility master plans. This helps guides and implements new projects and setting maintenance priorities. Source water protection plan. This document references our 3 watersheds, 5 Mile, Anderson, Sellis. Describes having our source protection as part of our multi-barrier approach. So we have treatment, water system maintenance, water quality maintenance, operator training, emergency response training, and source protection. So this deals with a lot of our internal QP staff members. Our waterworks regulation bylaw, this will include kind of our water restrictions in those stages. Our sanitary sewer bylaw gives information of what goes down the drain, what's kind of acceptable and what's not, as well as our kind of new connection and how those procedures work. Our seasonal plan, this is something that's kind of new that I'm implementing. It does our key maintenance items, our metrics. It helps our planning, our deployment, and execution of our maintenance projects. Our sidewalk inspection program, this guides our repair and replace plan when it comes to our internal staff completing those. Waterfront revitalization plan helps with our maintenance plans and how we deploy that. And our tree bylaw, so in our tree bylaw, you'll have your Class A, your Class B, your Class C, and D. Class A would be our heritage and rare trees. Our B is our boulevard, parks, and street trees. C is our tree in natural or in semi-natural areas. And then our D is our tree that requires special consideration. Any questions on that, or can I?
Yeah, oh, wow, okay. We're gonna start with Councilor Payne and then Councilor Lockenberg.
I'm just interested, should I know what a tree that requires special considerations is?
It could be a large growth tree. It could be one that's in a precarious area, one that may have a public safety component to it.
Okay, and it doesn't fall under any of those other categories then?
Yeah, I'm just trying to summarize kind of a
No,
quick
great,
little.
I'm just
item
curious
there.
when I hear the special consideration. I mean, certainly the older growth would be a,
Yeah, I think it's pulled out of one of those other categories because of the uniqueness of it. Is that correct?
thank you.
Councilor Lockenberg.
I'm just curious, the parks is a lot more than just a tree bylaw and a waterfront revitalization plan. Can you just point me to, or clarify for me, what's the governing policy
It's really
documents
the
for-
OCP.
It's all in the OCP?
Yeah.
Okay, so there's nothing underneath that, okay.
We have never developed the overall parks plan.
Yeah.
We've had, really over the years, we've had, parks improvement plans, so for individual parks, but we've never commissioned an overall parks plan, and I would say likely because our parks are pretty mature and, their use is pretty defined. We haven't had the OCP would define whether, parks are meeting the needs of the community, and so that's, I think that's why it's never been there's never been a call to develop an independent overall parks plan, and how we've kind of really looked at, kind of those underdeveloped parks and developed plans to improve those. So you've seen Cottonwood Park as an example. Here's
Yeah.
what that looks like, and we developed a strategy for that. Here's Rosemont was another good example of where we developed a plan of how that would build out. But Lakeside, Gyro, those ones that are mature parks that seem to be meeting the needs. If they weren't, would be probably defined when we did an OCP review that people think there should be more active parks or more fields or more whatever. That
Right.
would be sort of the process for that.
Okay, and I'm all for, if it's not broke, don't fix it. And also, if we don't need a policy, let's not build one. I'm just thinking of two instances. One is Lions Park, and I did get quite a bit of, certainly from a few, not broadly in the neighborhood, but from a few people that were pretty concerned about just things that we did in Lions Park without a clear reference for them about why. Like, for example, upgrades to the baseball diamond, the fencing, that kind of thing. So that's good to know. It's just always reference them back to the OCP, and then if this becomes a bigger issue, then we should maybe look at developing a park-specific plan or vision. And again, maybe that could wrap into the OCP process as we review it. So that's good. The second thing is just, do we, given we've had some liability issues in the past around snow removal, windrows, that kind of thing, do we have any of the same exposure by not having general policy in our parks? So if somebody got hurt in the park, by not having a policy for things, is there that same risk, or is, again, if it's not broke, don't touch it? I think.
What?
I don't know, Sarah, do you?
I mean,
What do you define as risk? I mean, there's risk, I'm just sort of thinking there's snow. I mean, the fact that I leave my house is probably a risk. Are you talking about a child
Well,
falling off the swing?
yeah,
or
there's quite a
getting
bit
hit
in
by
the,
a
like, we don't have a
baseball, or-
lifeguard. We don't have a lifeguard at Lakeside, for example. We don't, just a question about the liabilities that come from providing a service, but not really having a policy governing that
Probably
service.
it's not listed there. There is a parks bylaw out there, right?
Yeah, we have a parks bylaw, and then we also have a park use policy.
Right.
When I was listing these bullet points, I could have done 10
Right. okay.
slides
We
on
just-
what we reference regarding our bylaws and policies. This is what this presentation really is a high level introduction of key items. So we're just trying to keep it high level at this point for you guys to understand what operations is.
Got it. Okay. And then I guess the last sort of related question was, in our tree bylaw, it seems like in this last year with Hydro doing its tree cutting around their own infrastructure and concerns, how does Hydro and Public Works sort of coordinate around the tree bylaw? And looking at it, is this serving us, given all of the community concerns that were raised and how we undertook the tree cutting for Hydro?
I don't want to speak for Hydro, but our team is very collaborative. So 1 week we have our 2 arborists that work for Public Works. That following work, they work for Nelson Hydro as well. Okay. So they're deployed by the Nelson Hydro team during 1 week, and then they're deployed by my department the other week. And it's been a very successful program. We do have infrastructure concerns. If we have root infiltration into our sanitary mains, that's a problem, creating blockages or infiltrating our water mains. That's also a problem. Nelson Hydro has, some transmission lines, so I think, there's a lot of things that need to be incorporated when we start looking at trees and their maintenance.
Yeah, right. And we did, in that process with Hydro, do some ad hoc kind of policy on the fly to respond to some public concerns. Are we going to bring that back and sort of have a look at it again?
Yeah, so I don't know, can't remember if Sebastian had presented, but yeah, that's from that planning point of view, so that's on his plate in collaboration with Charlie and Scott. I think he is recommending that we try to hire a student, I believe, or an intern to do some work. Nelson Hydro recently updated all their tree maintenance plans. They met the criteria that's in the tree bylaw. But I think I guess the gap is our tree bylaw still sufficient? It was done quite a while ago now. It did identify which heritage trees were. Hydro's bylaw, treats those differently, but I think some of these other trees, we have some large, full mature trees that aren't considered heritage trees, so they don't have the same treatment as those heritage trees, and I think that's where the public may want to see us maybe expand what those I guess special trees are, and especially none of this work was done post Nelson next, and what does that tree cover, all those things, what does that do for climate change in terms of cooling and all those sorts of things. So there's some more, we recognize there's more work to be done. We need to look at this. And like I said, Sebastian's taken the lead on that, and I think the recommendation is try to find a interim to make sure we inventory the trees properly, identify some of those larger trees. I forget what the species were, but, people just look at it, they think they're all heritage trees, right? And some aren't and some are, and I think ultimately, the public and council need to weigh in and say, we think, we don't care if it's a black oak or a whatever, white oak, but we still think these are big heritage trees that we should maintain. And if we do that, then Nelson Hydro will adjust to, to reflect that.
Great. Cool. Thanks. Thanks.
So next, we're just going to move on to some key highlights. We're going to talk about the fleet. That's also coming up in the afternoon. So I think maybe if you do have questions regarding the fleet, we'll just transfer those to the afternoon. So in 2018, the hook truck, which is the picture to the right. So it's a multi-use truck. You can put a dump box on it. You can put a flat deck. You can put a water tank. So it's very multi-use. It plays a huge role in our operations. The first hybrid police pursuit vehicle was purchased in 2019, as well as a grader was introduced to Public Works in 2019. The first electric vehicle was introduced, and this is down mostly at Lakeside. You'll see the electric side-by-side, the Ranger side-by-side. New residential garbage truck was also introduced in 2020. 2021, we saw our first hybrid electric boom truck for Nelson Hydro. Our third sidewalk plow was also introduced, which has been instrumental in our snow removal. 2022, our first electric pickup was ordered, so we're looking for that delivery this year. And as noted, just over $70,000 in grant funding was received from the Columbia Basin Trust.
Can I ask a question?
Councilor Woodward.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm sure that you're already doing this. I'd be really curious to know about, as these electric trucks come in, the cost benefit next to a fossil fuel truck in terms of over a longer, or like maybe over a year or two. Be really curious to see like how much cost savings. I mean, I know they're more expensive probably to purchase in the beginning, but there would be a large amount of cost savings in terms of fuel use and maintenance and all that, and just the impacts overall if we're moving in that direction, if there will be cost savings to the Public Works Department by going electric, not just because it's a good thing to do, but it could just be an excellent budgetary piece.
Noted.
Thank you.
Jody might address some kind of general thoughts on that when you do equipment and that.
Great. Thank you. Thank you.
So our utilities department, this is our internal crews. They've done substantial work in the past 5 years. They've installed almost 4 kilometers of water main, 662 meters of storm main, and 106 meters of sanitary main. So this is our internal capital crew. This also reduces a lot of costs by hiring contractors to do the work. They're very specialized. They have to have a complete set of tickets to work on our municipal system. So they're highly trained. They do a great job. So that utility crew maintains also the hydrants, the catch basins, all of the valving that goes with our water mains, all our linear pipe and infrastructure below. So some measurements below there, 92 kilometers of water main. Over 84 kilometers of storm main, almost 60 kilometers of sanitary main. So that is all maintained by our internal crews, as you need municipal tickets to operate those that infrastructure. So it's a scheduling challenge for sure, but they do a great job. Some wastewater and water treatment. So these are just some key highlights. The completion of the water treatment facility at Mountain Station. rerouting of water infrastructure to the treatment facility prior to entering our distribution system, reduction of stormwater entering our sanitary lines to reduce pressure on the wastewater treatment plant. And the next two bullets are key. Completion of all the maintenance requirements to ensure our wastewater treatment plant is in accordance with the Ministry of Environment and our operating permit. Improving relationships with the provincial and federal governing bodies to ensure the wastewater treatment plant maintains compliance. As noted with Urban Systems, Director Innes and Supervisor Eagleson on our last meeting, I think we've really spoken to those key bullets. Our park operations. Internal teams are maintaining almost 53,000 square meters of irrigated parks, green spaces. So this will include our cemeteries, our sports field, our parks, playgrounds, pathways, irrigation, tree maintenance, flower beds, and hanging baskets. So they have a really large scope as well. And that operating budget is $1.25 million. Some significant projects. So our washroom auto lock and unlock system is complete. So those doors automatically lock. We do also complete the cleanings of those washrooms in-house as well. Bear bins, we only saw 6 that were completed in 2022. What you'll see from the operations department is the completion of our city-owned parks so that we transform from a regular garbage can to complete bear bins. That's 31 bear bins that need to be installed. This is simply just for the parks. I just want to make sure that it's not the downtown core. This is for the parks. So with materials, equipment, and labor, we'll be looking at $85,000 to complete that project. And this just goes back to the conversation there. I am looking to start receiving quotes in 2023 to put together kind of a parks and cemetery master plan. We do need to think about the cemetery and what that future looks like, because we are having some real estate issues, and will need to expand at one point, and we need to get in front of that. So that will be items for conversation coming up. Public Works. So crews allocate continual effort to maintain the roads, the sidewalks, our sanitary or waste management, public service requests as well. So whatever comes in by phone, this is how we coordinate and deploy our crews. The completion of capital internal works. So our utilities and our public works, we do small capital projects to reduce costs on contracting out. All the good stuff comes from Director Innes with the large capital projects. So execution of all of our sidewalk repairs that have been identified through our inspection program, ensuring our service levels are being met regarding our sanitation and recycling pickups, and adhering to our snow and ice policy. So we want to ensure that we are creating safe and passable streets for the public. And completing maintenance on all of our roads, laneways, bike lanes, curbs, and sidewalks. That annual budget is $3.1 million. Just a couple of significant projects there. The picture shows the shelter in Lakeside Park. So this is kind of preserving our equipment in the winter as well. So if you're ever walking past there, we've got some tractors in there, some key pieces of turf maintenance, and was completed in-house. So those are internal staff there as well. And then 16 major sidewalk and replacement. So that was completed all throughout town. They did a bang-up job of completing that. So those are kind of the capital projects that our operations team will complete. So I'm going to try to be quick with this. This is something that I will be bringing to the table as a capital purchase. So this is a brine maker and storage tanks. Currently the city, we purchase a large bulk quantity of winter sand. We also purchase salt. We add a 3% salt ratio to that winter sand. Multiple studies show that as you put that mixture on the roadways, it will cascade out. Travel of traffic will also push it, and 40% of that will go to curb line. We want to ensure that what we're putting down on that road surface adheres to that road surface. The best activation you can do with salt is to add water to it. So you go to a 23% ratio, salt versus water, and then we are looking to complete pre-treatment and treatment after a storm. So you may remember the first snowfall we had this year. We had cold pavement temperatures, 2 centimeter snowfall, compact builded immediately, and we had a pretty serious situation on our hands. That could have been combated with doing a pre-treatment of brine, and we're only looking to do these on our priority 1 routes. So in-house, so I had brought in a subcontractor this year after that first snowfall to get our cost comparisons done. So they apply 150 liters per lane kilometer of salt brine. So lane kilometer isn't a road kilometer, it is there and back. So our priority 1 route is 44 lane kilometers. That cost was $4,400. If we can complete it in-house where we produce our own salt brine, it will only cost us with labor and equipment and production and application just over $1,000 for that priority 1 route. This will help with any freeze back. And the main thing with the salt brine is it breaks the bond from pavement to compact. So right now we're not completing that. So compact will build immediately on the roads. If you pre-treat with salt brine, that breaks that bond, so it's easier to plow off that compact. So you get down to that bare and wet condition faster and more effective. We are looking at 10 applications per year with a cost recovery in a year and a half. So with salt brine, I've introduced this in 2 municipalities now. I've had very great results. The other opportunity that this presents is when we're producing our own salt brine, we're producing it at 7 cents per liter. Currently buying it, we can buy it from a contractor at 67 cents a liter. That's the going rate right now. So there's a huge savings there. This will also open the door up for us to be use of beet juice. So beet juice lowers the freezing point of salt brine. So salt brine freezes at -7, so you only apply -6 and warming. That's the golden rule. Or else you'll create a skating rink. If you add beet juice to that, it's called beet 55, so that freezing point is -55. I've never experienced or tried to experiment with that, but -15 is when you can even use beet juice mixed with salt brine. So it's an additive, and it is less corrosive and more environmentally friendly. So this is setting the stage for us that we can start producing our own salt brine, getting to that bare and wet condition a little bit faster, breaking the bond of compact, and maybe start thinking about phasing in a more environmentally or less corrosive additive to our salt brine. We're not increasing our salt purchase, so we currently purchase and store salt on its own next to our winter sand, so that if we come into a bad weather condition, we can create what's called a hot load. We'll add that salt to the sand. We're looking to not do that anymore and use that salt that we already have to create brine. And you get much more use out of it, 40 times the use out of it, and it's just much more effective. That's my blurb on the brine maker and storage tanks.
Yeah, Councillor Payne,
I just been holding it back. I got
I
a
know,
whole
I
list here,
know, I just
but
like-
I just want the one question right now. So you're talking about like beets, like real beets, like the beets
Yeah.
that we make sugar from, and now
Yeah.
they're just wow, what a
It's a
versatile
carbohydrate.
vegetable.
Yeah, so it was, I'll do a quick little
And the
background
roads
story
will be
to that.
redder then. We'll have like pink roads. Is that
that's
what
what I
we're
was
talking
thinking, and we're gonna have pink roads.
Yes, it does get darker. It's not as dark as you would think, but it does have a dirty look to it. But how it was fine is there was a semi-truck trailer with beet juice that crashed in the middle of winter, and they noticed that it didn't freeze. So I've implemented it in other areas and had really, really good success with it. And it is kind of a hit with our, as we kind of mentioned, the source water protection plan, those items as well. It is a good way to pivot. It is something you add to salt brine, though. It is not something you just strictly use.
I got that. I just
Yeah.
sounds like a very Kootenai solution. Thank you for bringing that forward to us. I love the idea.
If you Google beat 55, you can do a little
Gonna be
research
doing
on it.
that. Thank you. I'll wait until.
Okay. And so my understanding is that when we do this salt brining technique, we will potentially be able to offset how much sand we actually put down, which is goes hand in hand with the next stream of complaints that we will be getting that we talked about earlier, the dust. Once the snow haul goes in May or maybe next week. So and the sand does have a cost. I mean that it's the, what do they like to refer to sand? It's the most mined product in the world. And the costs of sand and good quality sand continues to skyrocket. So this has a balancing effect too in terms of the budget of whether this is budget outlay and in and of itself it pays for itself in a couple of years. We're also going to be buying less sand potentially. Is that my understanding?
Yeah, our inventory will rise, in the next couple of years. This also gives our operators another tool for their toolbox. Our deployment strategy right now, sand the roads. That's it. We need to give our operators the best toolbox that we can, and providing another solution to pre-treat the roads that also mitigates the time your plow trucks are on the road. Because if you do a pre-treatment, you're not building the snow. The solution is melting the flakes that are coming down. So you might buy yourself an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours on your deployment. So you look at your greenhouse gases as well. So there is benefits. It is salt. It is a solution. It is corrosive. So there's a bit of a balance here as well. But we are not increasing our salt usage. And I want to be clear about that. What we're doing is when we purchase, we're simply adding it to the salt. Instead of doing that, we are going to extend the life of that salt by diluting it. The best activation you can do with granular salt is add water. If you put it on the roadways with your sand, it will do the same thing as traffic. If you don't give it that time to get diluted, it will move over and go into the gutter line.
Councillor Payne.
Should I wait until the end? Is that better for you, Charlie?
I do want to pass it over. There
Yeah,
is
I know we have a
Director
time
Innes
frame,
as well
so
that
I do
has
have a few
some slides as well. So I'm
just-
just trying to be mindful of the time.
I also, is it pertaining to this?
Well, I have a couple back too, because I thought we were waiting till the
Okay,
end, so
so
that's
we'll
why
wait
I
till the
wanted
end
to
then. Okay,
clarify.
if you're
So
gonna go
let's
back,
wait
yeah.
till the end and then.
Great.
Okay. My last slide, and then we'll jump into some questions. So transit, some great projects that have been completed is the completion of the transit turnaround at Playmore Junction, physical bus stop signs added at 90% of the rural bus stops on Route 10 and 99, and high volume stops were outfitted with passenger activated solar bus stoplights. New shelters added at Polar and Front Street and Gordon and 4th. Summer 2022, Victoria Street Transit Exchange Project was passed by council, and the completion of Belfer Ferry parking lot.
And just, I know it's winter, and there is the Polar Express, but the street is
Yeah,
Poplar.
where's,
We don't have a Polar Street.
what is the street? I was gonna say, where's that?
That might have been
It's just a typo. It's just a
typo
typo. But
on my
I have to
end,
say, it's
pardon
like
me.
we've been talking so much about snow that I'd be like typing every snow reference into everything I was writing. So, but that is Poplar Street that you've added the new.
Thank you for the
shelter.
catch. Appreciate that. My apologies.
The spell check wouldn't have helped there at all.
So maybe we'll open it up for a couple of questions, and then I can pass it over to Director Innes.
Okay, so I'll go back to Councillor Payne and then Councillor Lautenberg.
So I do have a couple. I think they're quick answers, but is it okay if I just move forward? I heard this the other day when we were talking about the wastewater treatment, and how does stormwater get into the sanitary lines?
So that's a great question. So with our linear system, you have pipes and then you have sanitary manholes. So
Okay.
as water goes down the road, all the manholes have kind of little holes as well. They can drop through there, as well as they can go through the concrete's porous. It can also, groundwater can absorb root infiltration into, there's multiple
Okay.
ionize.
So the intersection by my house at Kootenai Observatory, there's a manhole there that a couple of times when the rain has come down like crazy, the manhole cover goes up. So does that mean water's getting
What was that, cross street?
Observatory and Kootenai?
Okay. Can I report back to you on that one?
Yeah, I'm just interested if that's, like, it must be, it has something to do with the rain. So
As a super
Hydraulically.
quick thing, my assumption would be that in that case, what's going on is that's the storm system where that water does belong, but what's happened is a capacity surge and it's literally pushing the lid off of that system, and so that's probably from a very dynamic event that's caused
yeah,
that.
it's unusual.
Yeah,
It was
and
pretty
for
crazy.
a lot of the infiltration, a lot of that is water that's getting in, pipe joints come apart over time, all these kinds of things can crack. And so typically you wouldn't see that kind of a dynamic event due to the infiltration of water into the sanitary system. It's going to be something that's more happening over a longer period of time. Typically with a storm system, that's where you'll see those big surges. You actually lose manholes.
Okay, that just of interest. Bear bins, so we're gonna do 31 for $85,000. So I was hoping that Kate was here with her calculator, Counselor Tate, but I worked it out to $2,750 each. So how much did the actual thing cost?
$62,000. So in that 85, I've calculated in materials, labor, and transportation and install of those.
So they cost $2,000 each then, basically. Is that what you're saying? 62,000 for 31?
Yeah,
2,000 each?
oh,
Okay, I can do that
Close
one
to
in
a
my
couple
head.
thousand.
Okay. And I'm just interested what a major sidewalk is. Like on my neighborhood this summer, a full block on Robson, between between Kootenai and, I don't know, was done. So is that didn't seem like a major sidewalk. to
Yeah,
me,
maybe
but-
that's not properly explained. So major repair would be a major tripping hazard or a couple of panels that need to be replaced. A major sidewalk overhaul would be transferred to Collins Department for contractors to come in. So I guess it's a major repair for our small public works team,
Okay.
if that makes more sense.
So when a whole block is ripped out and replaced like that, that's a contractor. I thought it was a contractor, but I wanted to check. Yeah, and we're gonna be talking more about the brining later. I think there was another presentation, or is this it for that?
I think that's it for that. So if you have a question about the brining, now is the time to ask.
Yeah, I mean, I was born and raised in southwestern Ontario where salt was regularly used on the roads. And my story, I won't go on too long, but when we moved out here, no one would purchase our vehicle because we came from that area where salt was used, and they knew that the bottom of the vehicle, and we always got our vehicles,
Undercoated.
treated, undercoated when we bought them, but still nobody wanted them. Now, are we putting our residents, I didn't even know there was 3% salt. I thought we were completely sand here, so that's good information for me to understand. I don't know if the rest of the community knows. It's obviously been done for a while. But so you're saying because we're not putting more salt on, we're not increasing decreasing the value of the vehicles of the residents that are here. It's a pretty straight line.
The 3% is a ministry standard. So that is a Ministry of Transportation standard that municipalities adopt. It also helps our stockpiles not freezing solid. But YRB, they use a 3% as well. They also brine Front Street as well. It's already being used. We're not looking to increase that salt
That's
usage.
what I'm understanding. I just wanted to clarify. So we're not changing the sort of risk level to.
Yeah, we're not.
No. What we're changing.
I'm just taking what I got and trying to understand my environment
I think they
here.
really do use.
Lived
a
down
lot
on
of
the
salt.
coast for so long where nothing got put on the road, so didn't have to worry about it, but.
What we're changing is how we apply it and to
Yeah,
make
I
sure
get
that
that
it's
process.
more productive.
That makes a lot of sense. Thank you. Those were the points I just needed clarity on. I hope I was brief in my questions.
Councillor Lockenberg.
What's progress on the transit shelter at the hospital? I haven't been up there, so I haven't seen if any work's been done on View Street, or is anything being done?
I might pass that to Jody if I may.
There has not been any progress on
or
that.
no?
There was a study done at the hospital. We, now with our new transit, unit that's in the bus, we can now track on where people are picked up, how often, and dropped off as well. And it produces what they call a heat map. So it shows how many people are being dropped off in certain areas. The area at the hospital was between 1 and 4 people. So that didn't really qualify for a shelter. Another challenge we had at the hospital was it's private property.
Yeah.
So we already have a real big challenge down at the mall, having our bus stop down at the mall, that's on private property as well. We're running into all kinds of is this your responsibility, is that their responsibility, issues. Sarah has been involved in that with us as well. I think the mall is quiet right now, but you know, every once in a while, every year or so, it flares up. And I think we'd be into the same situation with the hospital. Ultimately, it's the hospital, say so on whether they have a shelter there or not. We had a team meeting together with the city of Nelson, the hospital, and BC Transit. And as far as the hospital is concerned, now that they've opened up the new COVID lane that was closed for so long, there is significant area there for people to be undercover.
Right.
It's not heated, it's not, but if we were to put a shelter there, it wouldn't be heated anyways. So what's there now with the COVID lane gone is more than we could ever have there as a shelter, as far as capacity goes,
Yeah.
is that whole area there.
Okay, great.
So, yeah, right now, it's at a standstill and there's been no further discussion about it.
Okay, thanks, Jody.
Fresh. Oh, Councillor Woodward, you're awfully quiet. Haven't seen your hand for a bit. You're
I'm
good?
okay. I'm good.
Okay. Councillor Payne, anything more?
I think, well, no, that's it.
Okay, I have
I'm
nothing.
sure there'll be something later, but I'll just.
Yeah, well, you know, the whole thing is that, let's be reminded that we're trying to get this overview to see the complexity of all of the systems that work within the city. We haven't even touched on the money, and now for some of us, well, and so, you know, I know that Councillor Tate will be all over the numbers, and I'm kind of a numbers person myself, so, and I'm sure some of the new councillors are as well, so we still have that road to go down, but I think this is a good overview of just how much we are doing and managing and juggling, and I think it's quite amazing how much we actually get done with our staff. We always hear that the City of Nelson has too many employees, and when I look at the workload, I think not nearly enough employees, so good job for everybody. And so that consultation and the costs will be in the budget numbers regarding whether or not we move forward with the brining when we get to see the numbers on the page in upcoming meetings. So we're on to capital projects, looks like, for some parks.
Okay. Good morning to everybody. Just really quick, I know that there's more capital discussion that's going to be occurring, I believe it's Friday of next week, if I'm correct. What is our time here for today? Because of course I can go on and talk about all my projects here, but I know that you.
Well, I had given you an hour, and so an hour at that point was going to be till 12:20. I realize our lunch is here, but I see it's in undercover, so we're good. So you have 18 minutes.
Okay, I will, which is great, and certainly I'm just going to do a very quick overview just to give everybody a flavor of kind of what's out there, and certainly we're going to have much more detailed discussion next week. I'd be happy to discuss any of these projects here. For a couple of the Parks capital projects that we've got in the works here that we're hoping are going to be proceeding this year. There's been a lot of work that's happened down in Cottonwood Park over the last number of years, and a bunch of work that the city forces have taken on and done that oval. We've got that really unique CLT structured stage that's down there that's actually very cool looking. We're very fortunate too. We've got a park that's got a wonderful volunteer corps that's done all the Japanese gardens that are down there. And so what we're looking at doing is completing off the parking lot down at Cottonwood and to get a better sense of flow down there for vehicles, better defined parking. The farmers markets down there are very very popular. You get a lot of folks down there, and of course, because it's just a gravel lot and things aren't really well defined as to where you should be parking, and sometimes it can seem very chaotic down there. And so I guess, it's wonderful that things are very successful down there as far as the park goes. And what we're really looking to do is to better delineate the parking area, and then really to finish that off and just kind of finish the park. I think it would be quite good. So we're looking at some asphalt down there, of course. There's concrete curbing that goes in. There's some sidewalk that goes in. Some landscaping that goes along with that. I did put a figure up at the back of the room here that you can take a look at during your break, and then of course we can talk more about here next week. But that's what we're looking at doing down in Cottonwood, and I really think that this would be the nice way to kind of really bring, kind of tie all the things that have been done there together, and really kind of help just finish the area overall. So I think I'm actually quite excited to see that go forward. We've got the completion of the Lakeside Park basketball court. This is something that where the Nelson Hoops Association has been working on this. They got going last fall. This is actually going to be quite a nice court. So what they're doing is there's going to be a concrete pad that's poured, and then on top of that there's a special court surface that goes on it. It's called Sport Court. It's an outdoor surface. It's kind of a plasticized grid that it's what that does is it really helps make it so you don't get puddles forming on the court, and so if you're playing basketball you don't have somebody slipping or things like that. I think it's going to be a really nice product when it's all done. They had got going last season, and then of course went up until the weather wouldn't allow them to go forward, and the way things are looking today they could probably kick off again in the next week here, but as Charlie said, I think we got a lot more snow coming. Their plan is to be finished, I think it was March the 31st is what they had put forward as their plan. I was going to be touching base with them here a little bit as we get a little bit more of a clear idea when we're coming out of winter as to when they'll get back at it. But I'd imagine if they're that it'll be early in the season here when they get that pulled together, and that's new hoops and backboards. It should be a really nice basketball amenity that I think a lot of folks in the community for. Also, what we'll be talking to you about is the completion of the pier project. I've actually just before coming up here today, I was down on site talking with our architect and our contractor down there. I'm actually excited about this project as well. I think that it's been a really interesting time to be doing projects with all of the inflation that we've had and the supply chain issue we've had. We're really excited to actually get this done. When you're standing out on the pier as it is right now, and I mean from remembering what it was like on there, now there's this wide, you've got an actual surface to be on. Before it kind of seemed like you were in a hallway, and so it's going to be a very different amenity. When you stand on the end and look down into what will be the swim area, it's actually pretty cool. I think it's neat. We're excited about the Ladybird display building. I think that's going to bring a unique feature down there, and we'll be talking about the canopy with you as well. I think that feature, I mean, it's going to be something, you drive across the bridge, it's going to be something that you're going to see, and it'll be very much something that I think will pull you to the location. Plus, if you stand up at IOD Park and look down along Hall Street, I mean, you're starting to really, when you look at it now, you can start to see this, this whole corridor, and really getting that vision of something that's going to pull you down to the waterfront is really starting to come together. So we're quite excited about that as well. Up at Gyro Pool, there's an old concrete bridge that kind of goes to where the gazebo is, and sort of separates the main pool from the kids' pool. And unfortunately, that bridge there's been a lot of, over time, just due to the age of the structure, there's been a lot of water ingress that's got in there, and it's attacked the rebar that's in there. And so there's actually, we've had the engineers look at it. They've given us their feelings on it, and it's to a situation where last year there was issue with the availability of lifeguards being able to open these facilities. If it had gone forward there last year, we were going to have to be restricting the access underneath there at any rate, because you can have pop-outs of the concrete. The concrete's just got to the point coming apart, and the rebar itself is also basically disintegrating, and so that's a structure that needs to be fixed, well, largely replaced, and ultimately it's old concrete. I mean, concrete holds up a long time, but once you're starting to get into seeing this kind of delaminations and stuff, I mean, it's really hitting its life. So that's the project we've got on the go here. In 2022, as far as public works capital projects, and I really got to give Jody Haley credit here for running that project. But down at the Public Works yard, we had our old fueling station that was down there in tanks. One of the things that was going on because of where we are and how all that area came to be, we were starting to see a settling of the pad that was where all of our fueling apparatus and that was, and so in addition to that, having those older tanks, this close to the water, it was a time for us to do an upgrade. And so, as you can see here, the upgrade's been done. We've got a very different, it's above ground now. We've got within our fueling pumps and with our way that we're able to do our fuel management. Actually, the vehicles themselves will have an ID tag, and when you fill it with the pump, that it's recording what fuel, how much fuel's been taken, and what vehicle it's going into. Because as you can imagine, we've got an awful lot of vehicles. There's a lot of fuel usage that will get used across the entire city services that are done, and us having a really good understanding as to where that fuel has gone and being able to account for it is extremely important. And so what had happened with our older system is it was getting old, and I really got to say that Kathy Drucker down in Public Works did an amazing job trying to reconcile and putting all these, manually entering all these fuel calculations in to make sure that we could prove that our fuel was being used appropriately. But it was a huge exercise for her to do so, and so the new system we have automates a lot of that, and I think that's actually really fantastic. And of course, this is the fuel that's used by the fire department, police department, and all of the city. Shifting a little ways away from that, there was some storm work, and the reason why this is called CP storm work is this is all where the stormwater system interfaces with the CP tracks that go through town. And so there was work done at first in Cottonwood there, and what happened was CP replaced a culvert that goes underneath their tracks, and so we did a bunch of work with some manholes and some storm pipe to get water directed properly to the new culvert that they had put underneath the tracks. The work on BDAB will be a little bit different, same kind of idea, but what we're looking to do there, instead of it going into a storm system and going underground to get then sent to the culvert, this will be where we're going to be we're going to be shaping the surface to get it to flow overland to get to where they've put in another culvert. This is all really important work to do, because the last thing you really want to do is start piling up a whole bunch of water beside a rail line. It'll go in there, soaks into the materials that are underneath the tracks, and compromises the integrity of all of that. And so, of course, CP really wants to see these kinds of things happen, and we want to have that buildup of material along there as well. So the BDAV piece will come this year, and it'll actually will flow by surface flow. It'll be closer to where the ramp to get on and off of the big orange bridge is where the water will ultimately flow over there. There's an old existing culvert that's there that's by BDAB that's in terrible shape, and so we'll redirect it, take the pressure off of that. It says here future projects. This is something where we're still working our way through it. It's called yard reorganization. What this is about is getting our sand salt pile moved, and trying to get that put into a more appropriate location in the yard. This is to help us with some of our objectives on the 70 Lakeside Drive property, because we still have a salt pile on there. Part of the objective for 70 Lakeside Drive is to eventually get to closure on that site. It's an old landfill. It's still a landfill permit that's in place, and we're wanting to get to a place where we're able to be out of the permit and close it. And unfortunately, as we talked about, is salt, and we need to be very cognizant about how much salt we're using. Salt is a contaminant, and when you're still actively contaminating a site, it's hard to close out a site because you're still actively contaminating the site. And so this is something we'll have to figure out what is the best way to go about doing this. There's a lot of activity that goes on in our yard, both from a public works perspective as well as a Nelson Hydro perspective. And so dropping something like a salt pile into the yard is actually a lot more difficult than you would think. And we've gone through some initial work here with Nelson Hydro, talking about how we could arrange things in the yard. But I'll guess I'll let you in on the secret that it's not very easy. So we're still working towards that. And so, anyways, there'll be some more to come on that. We have here. Oh yes. Kootenai River and Canal Bridges. Now, I don't know if everybody's aware that we have some bridge structures that belong to us that are out closer to our dam, the Nelson Dam there. One of the, Wire B does our inspections on those structures for us, and last year they had come back and indicated that with the canal bridge, that they felt that what they were observing from defects was a little bit beyond where they were as them being able to make a good call on it, and they recommended that we get an engineer to come look at it, so we did. They went and looked at it, and what they were noting was the delamination of the surface that was going on, and again, they felt that this was beyond their capacity as a structural engineer, and felt that we really need to bring in a bridge expert. So I have found somebody in Kelowna who can help out with this. I've got to get back to them and get something teed up, but really what we're looking to do this year, there are some smaller repair things, and so we're hoping to be able to action those things, but really to get the expert in to really give us a proper prescription as to what's required to fix the bridge deck. What will happen with bridges over time, again, we're talking salt, those chlorides penetrate into the concrete, it starts to affect the concrete, starts to impact the rebar, and sometimes you need to do I've had to do full depth repairs on structures where you're literally having to jackhammer the bridge deck away, expose all the rebar, recoat that to protect it, sometimes even supplement that, and then recast a bridge deck in place there. Now, we're wanting to catch things before it gets to that point, but at the same time, we need to have somebody come in and give us a proper prescription as to what's going to be required to fix that. And so that's something that we've got coming. Silica Lane Bridge, that's the bridge that's right adjacent to the Cottonwood Park parking lot. We had initially, our plan had been to get in there early last year, and then when we did the timber order for because we've got a full set of plans and everything for the bridge, when we got our timber order back, just due to the price of wood, things were, it didn't make any sense to proceed at that point in time. So we're looking to get going again with that project. The Mall Tramway Geotechnical, what this is about is, I think everyone's aware of the tramway running through the mall parking lot, and I'm probably sure that everybody's noted when they've gone through there that when you get adjacent to the rails, this is going on with the asphalt. And so the reason why that's going on is because underneath the tramway and all associated to that, all that fill material that whole area was built on is garbage settling differentially, which results in all of these defects. So there has been patches and things that have been done in the past, and you can do more patch work. I'm sure we can do more patch work to deal with it. The problem is that you really don't bring a long-term solution to it, because you really don't address the underlying reason as to why you've got that. Now, in order to figure out though what you actually have to do to fix it requires somebody to go in there and do an intrusive investigation so they can understand the properties of the soils and then what it's going to take in order to support that. You've got to remember, a tramway weighs a fair amount. And so rolling across there's a lot of force that's being applied to that, as well as, I mean, that is a thoroughfare of large trucks and then, cars and all the rest of it. And so there's a lot of forces that are going on there, and in order to have it so you can make a repair of that, so it's something that it's going to hold up for the longer term, you've got to really get somebody to give us a proper methodology to go about doing that, and that can involve something like putting down a geogrid material that's in there to help distribute those forces. It could be some of the material needs to be over excavated and taken out and replaced with better material. But really, there's no point in us going in there and doing that kind of level of intrusive work without knowing, is this actually going to solve the problem? Because in the end, we can do all that and then still have failures that occur because of the materials that are in there. So this is about getting somebody to come with a drilling rig and to be able to tell us the material properties of the soils there, and then what's ultimately going to be required to take care of that in the long term. The Salvation Army stairs, I think everybody's familiar with the staircase that's over here by the Salvation Army, and last year we had a structural engineer go and do an inspection of that. What the findings of their study were that the condition of the staircase is very poor. And so we've had them actually look at it twice, and one of the things that was also in the works here for this winter, if we had continued to accumulate snow and didn't have the situation that we were under right now, we were going to be having it back because we were even concerned about the amount of snow load that's on the existing structure. There is a temporary staircase that Charlie got put into place there last year, so we've got a staircase for folks to be utilizing. But this is something where I've got some pictures. When he went to do the check, one of the things that somebody typically does is you have a hammer and you tap the pieces there, and the hammer went right through. So it's in very poor condition. It's corroded. The difficulty with this one is that there's a piece of the overhang for where you come into the Salvation Army that's being supported by this structure that's attached to the building, and so that's going to have to go. And the access into the Salvation Army also comes off of this structure, and so we're going to have to really work with the Salvation Army on how we go about, getting people in and out of there, as well as how we can deal with the staircase, and because we're really to the point of it being essentially a complete loss of a structure, and I think the majority, if not all of it's going to need to be replaced just due to the condition of it. For the catacomb upgrade, this is, I think everybody's aware of the catacombs that are around the Hume Hotel and that are under the road there. I know the city of Moose Jaw with their tunnels makes quite a show of it. I suppose if Al Capone had hung out in our catacomb, we could probably turn it into a real tourist attraction as well. But anyways, underneath the sidewalk, I think for folks that I guess have never been in there, I mean, it's not a huge area, but it still is, all on the side of the Hume Hotel up into part of Baker Street. And when you're under there, it's actually pretty interesting about how much is being held, up by that. What we need to do here is essentially have it cleaned off with some pressure washers, and then again having a structural person come in and do an assessment of all that to make sure that all the steel and everything that's retaining everything is all still in good condition. And if there are any things that we could do in immediate sense to do that, or either that, or if there is a longer term plan that we need to start working towards to give us the again some direction as to where they think that there would be some repairs that would go along. I'm trying to remember what oh yes, capital paving here.
8-minute warning. I'm going to give you 8 more minutes.
Oh,
it's just, I don't mean to push.
Hard to get this all in.
I know. I don't mean to push you, but it's just the fact that we do need an opportunity to eat.
Understand.
Unless we want to forego it, because at 1 o'clock, we do have something that like, I can't put off the 1 o'clock
100%.
session.
I will.
They're coming in remotely.
Be through this very quickly here.
If I could just, like, a couple things, I've been texting back and forth with Shelley.
Okay.
She's got the whole afternoon, so if it was a case of like, hey, can we start at 1:15 or something, she's totally fine.
Okay.
Just to let you know.
Okay, so
That's
then,
something
so then you can take a breath between sentences right now, Director Ennis.
Only one.
Okay.
One big sentence.
Not a deep breath.
And the other thing on this particular slide, I mean, this is sort of an annual thing that we do every
Yeah.
year. This isn't, like, hey, this is 2023.
But I also know there's some questions pending, so that was, I do want to let,
100%. 100%. So our general paving, I think council's aware of our ongoing roadway maintenance that goes on every year. I mean, there's work that Charlie and the city staff will do, in kind of more of a smaller patch, and then there's us doing full blocks or multiple blocks in a row with our contractor. I believe there's a slide, the next slide here, and I've also got, there's a map that I put up at the back. There's a companion sidewalk map that goes along with it. You'll note that the two of them mirror up very close to one another. So what we're looking to do is a couple of larger blocks here of work and the sidewalk work that goes along with that. One thing that we've done over the last couple of years, prior to council giving us a larger paving budget, a lot of the paving that was done was kind of half blocks, quarter blocks, pieces of things, and we kind of, in a sense, I think we tried to do the very best that you possibly can with the money that was available. But what you kind of wind up doing in the end is creating a bit of a patchwork quilt of material that's out there, and it's maintaining a large roadway asset like this is a big task all in itself, let alone when you really start to break it up into these little pieces all over the place. And so one of the things that we've done, and again, thank you to council for increasing that budget, was we've started to work towards getting longer contiguous segments and to really pull pieces, and so we're dealing with longer, bigger pieces. What this will do for the future is really sets us up for much better doing the maintenance in the future, because there's economy in scale in doing 6 blocks in a row, as opposed to, okay, we're going to do 100 feet here, and then we're going to jump up a couple of blocks, and then we're going to do this corner, and then we're going to, this is all about really trying to get it so we're dealing with bigger pieces and getting that economy of scale when you're working with contractors on being able to do that. One of the things I would like to flag up around Gyro Bluffs there's some paving that we need to do there. There was some late season repairs that were done there last year. Charlie got his guys out there. But that road is in need of a proper rehab. There's also a sidewalk that goes along with it. That's a part of the active transportation plan, and there isn't currently one that's there, and so that's actually something that we're looking to put in place. The rest of the paving is either things that go along with some utility work. I think on Perry Road we had done some storm work there. This is to do some more paving there. There's a little piece of BD Ave there that's kind of a little bit out of the way. Things like that piece of BD Ave are kind of lower on our priority list, but unfortunately with that one, the condition of it up there is there's an awful lot of road that's not there anymore. The asphalt's disappearing, the concrete's in terrible shape, so it's to a point of just needing to get done. And let's see what else we have on here. The retaining wall repairs. This one is when we're doing our paving and our sidewalk and stair work. A lot of times there'll be some component of a retaining structure. There's an awful lot of retaining structures in the city, and where we're needing to do some retaining work in order to tie things in properly or to deal with drainage situations. And so even though I don't have a specific wall, let's say, for what this would be, this is something that would get used while we're doing our general paving and our sidewalk stair improvements, because we typically, as we're doing this work, we find that we're having to do something with a retaining structure, and so that's where that funds come into place. For the laneway rehab, it's actually Charlie's proposed program that he's got. So I'll yield to Charlie here real quick.
So what this program is it's a byproduct, our asphalt millings from capital work. So when there's a road reconstruction, millings completed. And what we're currently doing is we're kind of stockpiling and putting it in all various locations. What I'm proposing here is a laneway rehabilitation. So an overview of this project is that we will strip the organics, level it out, have a drainage plan for that alley. We'll probably shy away from anything with velocity for drainage, keep it perpendicular and somewhat flat. We'll put down the millings, we'll compact it, we'll add a binding agent called reclamite, and then this, to the untrained eye, could look like a brand new mat of asphalt. So this will reduce on our dust control as well. Calcium chloride that we're applying is over 70 cents a liter right now. It reduces on our laneway maintenance, but we're gonna have criteria for these laneways. So it will be areas near the downtown core, velocities, drainage plans, laneway homes will also be incorporated into this criteria, and we want to ensure that we do the proper lanes that, yeah, as I said, in that criteria bubble. It will also put to use our grindings that we have stockpiled, and then as Colin completes his great projects, we can start moving further and further away from the downtown core. We have a great engineering department that can do velocity calculations for us and drainage plans and grade plans for us. And we would like to keep this project in with the public works internal forces to complete this.
Mayor, just a quick question, please.
I got one slide left and then,
It's just a clarification.
oh, sure.
You just said remove organics? What is?
Oh,
remove
so
organics?
when you put down a millings, you want to have a clean surface. You never want to build on organic. So the grass, the weeds, that needs to be stripped.
I see. Got it. Thanks.
Okay, and just last here really quick, I know Chris has been involved in a lot of talking with BC Transit on this. Did you want to weigh in on that?
Yeah, just quick update. So the next step on this would be to go through some detailed design. So we're just working with BC Transit on getting that started, and that will involve our development services group as well, to ensure that it kind of aligns with our downtown strategy and you know, sort of what kind of look we want and pieces for sort of that section of downtown. So we'll hopefully be starting that this spring. And it was an 80% grant funded project. There's a local government share that'll be shared between ourselves and the regional district and sort of funded through our annual operating agreement. So we'll kind of pay that off over the life of the asset. So I think it's a great opportunity for us to get some work done down there at a very, 20 cents on the dollar for the local government share of that. So it's a great project.
So needed.
Yeah, and I just want to emphasize that, we are going to look at Victoria Street. I don't know how many blocks of Victoria Street to just make sure this is a catalyst project to make improvements to Victoria Street overall. And really, it's an important street in our community. The Kootenai Place is there. We need to look at how do we revitalize that as part of this project as well. So.
And Kevin Ward Street as well, like where we decommissioned the current exchange.
Yeah, so there's part of this is looking at how do we rearrange parking based on, decommissioning that exchange. There is another, there's other stops that are added. One other, I believe, on Baker Street to pick up folks that would have used that, the Ward and Baker exchange. So we're making sure that, that's still an accessible stop. It's just where all the buses meet will be at Victoria.
Okay, so I think that's the end. So now the questions. So we'll start with Councillor Payne.
I'm sorry, I just have to, I have to go do,
Yeah.
like I said, I have to go do an
Oh,
errand. and I
oh,
to
do you have
come
a
back.
question? Maybe
I
Councilor
don't-
Payne
I
would
don't have a
allow you to have a
question.
question first.
But I'm gonna go and do my errand, so I can get back here for the,
Yeah.
the next piece, so. But thank you very much. Looks awesome, so,
You will have an opportunity to ask questions when the actual numbers come before us,
Okay.
Councillor Woodward.
thank you. Be right back.
So, Councillor Payne,
I too am very excited about the work that has gone on at Cottonwood Park. It has just become an oasis. It's incredibly beautiful, and I joined the Azuzu Friendship Foundation just to in some way support that ongoing work, although I haven't put any hands in the dirt yet. But I do have a question around a shift of focus for me. I go to the Saturday market just about every week, and I find as a pedestrian using active transportation that there are a lot of challenges that I believe have been recognized, getting in and out of there safely, either walking or on a bicycle. Having said that, I know we do need parking for mobility challenged people, but I want to really make sure that we're focusing on active transportation, and whether that includes more covered bike parking or safer ways to get around. I also want to ensure, and I think this will come in through the climate team as well, that we're looking at more environmentally sustainable forms of asphalt. I just want to make sure that we talk about that. I'm really interested in that. I'm sure you guys are the expert and we'll have some solutions around that. But those are probably my key things. I think the best way to minimize the parking is to focus on the active transportation and offer alternative places in Railtown. And I don't know what that looks like. I don't know what access we have for people to park at the visitor center and make it a little more active transportation friendly to get over to the market. But I want to make sure that I think it's important for us to focus on not using as much space as we have traditionally to put cars on, to put vehicles on. And I know the market vendors also need to get in and out with their vehicles. So far, looking spectacular. Let's just keep that going. That's my Cottonwood Market thing. Is everybody else leaving? I'm between us and lunch, right? So I should talk
oh,
faster.
I've got a number of questions, so go right ahead if you've got another one.
Did Sebastian do the report out on the parking lot design to this council, or was it the previous council?
I believe to the previous council.
Oh, okay, so I can look that up,
Council.
Kevin? Is that?
You can see the picture there.
Oh, perfect.
During lunch
I
break, we
could've-
can look at that picture,
Okay,
yeah.
I will look at that. I will look
Yeah,
at that.
so
Thank
there
you very
are,
much.
definitely sidewalks are a big portion of this, how people circulate, so just to make
Yeah,
sure you know
I just
that.
know right now that I come in the back way just so I don't have to walk through the parking lot
Yeah,
because people
no,
are
there's-
coming and going and it's
There's
dicey.
there's full sidewalks that
Thank you.
bring you in.
Okay, I should have looked at that first, sorry. Colleen.
Questions?
I'm just interested, you mentioned, and maybe this is on a map somewhere that I haven't seen as well, in active transportation. So you're saying there's gonna be a sidewalk right around the gyro? Whew, how exciting is that? Okay, that's it. Thanks. Because that's another dicey place.
Yeah, well, 100%, there's a lot of folks that come up there and there
Yeah.
currently is no sidewalk.
There is a way to get through gyro, but you have to be pretty, you have to know where it is, number one, and you have to be pretty nimble to get
Yeah.
through it as well, both up and down on the other side. So having a sidewalk, I think, is an awesome alternative. Thank you. I think that's it. That was quick, eh?
Do you have any questions? Or did you have any questions, Councillor Blackburn?
No.
Okay, so I have a number of
right.
questions. So, and you can always answer mine later, but, so this issue with the Gyro Park swimming pool bridge. Given its state of disrepair, I just wrote somebody that asked the question about, is the pool gonna open? I'm going, well, it's up to the RDCK and hopefully we have lifeguards, but what I'm hearing is that this pool has a potential that it might not open next summer, even if we have lifeguards, because of the life safety risk of concrete falling into the pool. So does this have, is there any priority on this bridge? And then my next question, of course, is the money, as is the Gyro Club being approached for funding in regards to this bridge as a community group that likes to participate in the community, whether or not they have any of their money that they may have been raising that could go towards making sure that the repair of this bridge gets probably done maybe quicker knowing that they have some money to contribute than waiting for the city to be able to find room in the budget.
Great questions, Mayor Morrison. There is a way in which we can open the main part of the pool while keeping people away from the bridge. But what that would do is make it so being able to get to where the kids' wading pool is, that you wouldn't be able to do that because you've got to keep people out from the bridge. So the work could occur later, but it will impact not having the smaller pool being available during the summer. I don't believe we contemplated closing the pool and not having it available at all this year. But there is a way you could do that and still keep a lot of the functionality there. Either that, or there could be a way in which we're able to get in early and get that tackled. As far as with the Gyro group, I don't believe we've approached the Gyro group to this point, but that's an excellent suggestion.
Okay, so thank you for that, because that's definitely, it's a piece of our park system that is thoroughly enjoyed, particularly by young families, and I think that it would be a shame to think that we would have a second year of complete non-function of that pool area, so I think it's important to have that open. You talked about CP rail and issues there and doing work, and that they've done some work and the CP storm work, and what I want to really know is that is this a cost share with CP? Do they pay for any of the work that we have to do because they've done work?
Well, I guess what happened is they did work on their on CP lands in order to get proper culverts and things in place, and so we're directing our work. So I guess this would be our portion of that work. They've done the work on their property, and now we're doing work in order to direct the water.
And are they good neighbors in terms of the fact that they've given you heads up that this work is being done so that you can be contemplating it in future planning for the city?
Yeah, actually, this was something where they worked with us, and we actually had an engineer that was working with us as well on doing the design work, and so, yeah, they were a good neighbor for sure on this one.
Okay. Salvation Army, those stairs down the side, is that a statutory right-of-way that's owned by the city of Nelson, or is part of this, again, are we looking at cost sharing with the Salvation Army for repair of these stairs? Like, are these stairs that belong to their building, or is this truly that their building is on the lot line and that staircase area is a statutory right-of-way through town?
My understanding from all of that is that their building would be a zero lot line, and that the stairs are not on their property. I think anecdotally I had heard in the past that the city police station had been there at one point in time, and so I think that when the stairs got built, it was all considered to be part of city property. I've approached them in the past about funding that, and the letters I had received were very resolute in their position that the stairs belong to the city.
The stairs do, but their access,
The
that's,
access is things like, yeah.
that's the tricky one we have to talk about, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think there's some,
Director.
a little bit of, obviously, we have to engage this group in order to move this all forward here, so we're going to have some more discussions.
so that's Josephine Street, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, so that is.
It's the street,
It's the
yeah.
street, yeah, okay. But it would be great if we could make sure that we engage with them and, in determining their access and egress from their building. And my
Colin,
last,
no, just on that one, how about the building next door? Don't they access their, on the other side?
The apartments that are in
Yeah.
there?
yep, Well, they have to go down the stairs because they zoom off. You go down the
Yeah.
stairs and then you turn into your apartment because your door is on the,
Yeah, because, I mean, I guess they could come up the rear lane and
Yeah.
into the apartments, but I guess the one difference with the Salvation Army building itself is that because of the platforms that are created as part of this structure, that they're accessing directly off of it. But yeah, the neighbors.
I just think we need to have a conversation with the other neighbor as well. If they want,
Absolutely.
they want access from that way, then I think they should also participate in.
yeah. And I would say in terms of sort of beautification of that sort of dark alleyway there, that I mean the fact that even if it was, if it's all our responsibility, but they wanted to get involved with the beautification and would pay for some costs for that, because I think it's, when you stand at the top and you look down, it could be a very pretty area, deciding like if we've got to spend, if it's all got to come down and we got to start over again from scratch, let's make it pretty.
Yeah, I definitely understand your sentiments there, and I think that there's also, what is it, the SEPTA, the crime prevention through environmental design
Yes.
approach, because the way it's currently constructed, you really are
Yeah.
kind of creating a hidey hole, or a place that, somebody would potentially want to sleep under because it's going to protect you from the elements. And so I think that with what we do and going back, that's something we really want to consider to make sure that we're not creating a space that attracts activity that we're not finding desirable. And it would be nice to also make that a little bit more sightly, and so when they're looking down there, it's a very nice corridor.
Utilities that run through there?
There's a storm sewer. There's actually, you can see it if you look there, there's a pipe that comes out the wall and then back into the ground again.
Yeah, we should just talk about it, but, is it buildable land that actually, anyway, you don't have to answer that, I just want to throw that out there,
I think that would, it would be tough just based on the access and egress to all the neighboring buildings to be able to develop there. I think, I mean, in the end,
I just think we should brainstorm, because if it's,
Sure.
we're land poor, and if that's somewhere you can build, then it behooves us to actually at least have a look at it.
Sure, another option.
And my last question is in regards to something that Councillor Payne has already mentioned, but the Gyro Park Road, which is, I drive on a fairly regular basis given where I live. And as much as those are people that are listening will, I'm sure, write some emails, is we contemplated one time before when we were trying to assess the active transportation plan, so and looking at road flow and traffic patterns and such, is there was once, a long time ago, the contemplation that Gyro Park Road needs to be considered to be a one-way road. We've had to put in the those big concrete blocks, because the fact that we did 20 years ago, 15 years ago, do some significant tree removal on the bank because of danger trees and removal because of the steep slope there on Gyro Park, on the Gyro Park side. That roadway isn't all that wide to start with, given the fact that we've had to do that and then put in a kind of course to move the water, which of course accumulates down at the bottom of that slope. And then when I hear sidewalk, I'm assuming like concrete, not a white stripe, but perhaps I'm mistaken. And so you suddenly take another 3 feet off that roadway to put in a sidewalk, and the width of that road suddenly gets a lot narrower, unless you're gonna do a suspended sidewalk that hangs over the Hall Street. You can't back it up into the bluff. So I'll be very interested to see, because obviously that project, I mean, you've got to potentially this year to come back to see what that looks like. The unfortunate part about Gyro Park Road, it seems on a good day it's a speedway, which kind of always astounds me, considering the curviness and the blind cornerness at both the top and the bottom. And whether or not, as we go forward contemplating active transportation, or even just contemplating car movement on that road, whether or not that thought is going to reappear again, and then what the impacts are there. And I can surely say that there would be need for huge community consultation if we were to change that road from anything than a two-way that it is currently.
Yeah, I completely agree with what you're saying, Mayor Morrison, in that if that was to become a one-way road, that there would be most definitely impact to how traffic flow worked, and I think that that's something that we definitely would want to go out to do some engagement prior to making a change like that. We are looking at doing the sidewalk in that existing strip that's, I guess right now is essentially a white painted line. So, and there is enough roadway surface there to work with. I mean, obviously, having a wider road would be nicer. But yeah, as far as, we weren't contemplating moving it into a one-way arrangement, and I think if we were to look to that, I think we really want to take a good hard look at that and have some good discussions up there too, because I do think that it would impact things even like hospital access, and that's going to change how you get around there, and so I think that would require, some more thorough work.
So my follow-up question then is, do sidewalks have to be built to a specific width? Because I'm sort of thinking there that like a standard size sidewalk to me just takes up a fair amount of room there. Is there any requirements in terms of structuring these things in terms of width? So would we see perhaps a slightly narrower than standard, whatever standard a sidewalk is?
In order to, really where width of sidewalk comes in as far as minimum widths go, the idea is that you're needing somebody who's has mobility restrictions, and that they're able to traverse that properly. And so we would be able to meet the loose levels. I mean, obviously, having wider sidewalks is nicer, but this is a location where going to a wider sidewalk, I just don't think is possible there due to the constraints that we have.
Perfect. Sorry for all the tough questions at the very end. There you go.
It's just, thank
Those
you.
are just the ones that came to me when I was looking at those projects, so. Thank you very much. Okay, well,
welcome.
thank you for that, and we will, there's lunch. We'll start, our next session will be delayed a little bit.
I told Shelley 1:30, is that okay?
Okay, sure.
That gives you a little bit of.
Yeah, 1:30, that gives us half an hour to sort of eat, 40 minutes. And then, so fleet and transit, we've allowed this guest to have an hour.
Yep.
So 2:30 would be return time for fleet and transit?
We actually need a resolution to adjourn.
Oh, resolution to, moved by Lockenberg, seconded by Payne, and all those in favor, yes. Adjourning, recessing.
0. But with me this morning,
4, there were 4.
I was one of them.
Early, okay, and you're one of them? You're the one that went from 11:15 through.
Oh, I bumped in and out once. Yeah, I
I
accidentally
can
closed
see
it.
that.
So 2 of
That's two.
Good to know.
2 of 4 was her.
2 out of 4.
204, yeah.
I have it going on.
So what everybody needs to do is come in with 2 screens, and we'll all turn on one screen and pretend like we're YouTubing to increase the amount of people participating in the meeting. Is that what I'm hearing? So, are we ready?
Just about.
Okay.
But we need a resolution to reconvene.
Well, I guess I need to wait until we're live.
Yep.
Okay, everybody, council, welcome back. And I would like to ask for a resolution to reconvene. Moved by Councillor Woodward, seconded by Councillor Tate. All those in favor? Our guest who's on the line, Shelley Han, the Chief Services Officer for the Municipal Finance Authority of BC. I've had the pleasure for the last 2 years to actually be a trustee on the MFA, and it's been a wonderful opportunity to work with Peter Urbank, the CEO, and to work quite closely with Shelley Han in her role. And so I'm just gonna, Shelley, just briefly just go around the table here, and Shelley can see all of us, so when I say your name, maybe wave at her so she knows, but just to introduce our councillors. So one of our new councillors-elect this year is Councillor Pinero. And then I have Councillor Tate is a new councillor. Councillor Page is next. He's a returning incumbent with 1 term under his belt. And the RDCK representative. Then I have Jesse Woodward, who's a returning councillor. New councillor Leslie Payne. And returning councillor Rick Lochtenberg. So that's our team here in Nelson. We have numerous times over the last term, for the 4 of us that were here last term, kept thinking like, we've got to fit in a scheduled time with the MFA, and we haven't managed to do it, but we've now gotten it early in the year because we've had some questions about how MFA works. So Shelley, if you like, I'm going to just turn it over to you.
Great. Well, thank you very much, and thank you for the invite. Looking forward to educating you a bit about MFA. I see we've got some new, we've got some returning, so definitely happy to take questions all the way through. So I think I'm going to attempt to share my screen. Wish me luck.
Good luck.
What do we think? Do you see it?
Yes, we do.
Oh, awesome. Okay. Perfect. Okay. So those of you, I think, do know a little bit about the MFA. I'm going to try to keep it at quite a higher level, but definitely, like I said, happy to take questions and so forth. So I thought what we might do, as soon as I get it to work here, just bear with me. Oh. Isn't working for me. Ah, there we go. So I thought what we might do is I've started with a little bit of an agenda and just a bit of an overview. And I thought I'd just give you a little brief introduction of how MFA came to be and why we're here and how we actually get money in the capital markets and how we loan that out to our members, which Nelson is a member for sure. Talk a little bit about legislation and the borrowing process, and I won't spend too much time on that. And then we'll get to talk a little about investing, and I think there was a question about fossil fuel-free investing, which I can speak to as well, and a little bit about where you're going to see our name and various places that you go or educational pieces that you take. And I hope this outline is satisfactory for everyone. So just a little bit about myself. I started in 1997, so I've been with the MFA for over 25 years. One of my areas is I oversee all the loan origination, all the legislative compliance, securities work with the bonds, and I oversee all of our optional investment programs. And I'm going to talk a little bit about all of those things. And so I've been around MFA for quite a long time, but not since it started in 1970. I wasn't that old back then. So we've been around for quite a while. Our sole purpose in the beginning was to do capital financing, so debenture debt kind of loans to local government. At that time, back in 1970, the provincial government had very little debt on their books, and then the municipalities were seeking to do some infrastructure improvements, and they said, no, we don't want the debt, so the MFA was formed. That's a simple synopsis of how we were formed. And so now we borrow together. We're not guaranteed by the province of British Columbia. How we earn our ratings, we're all on our own. We rely on our individual local government members to support that. So I'm going to talk about that. The interesting note is when I first started the MFA, we issued in the market and we were classified as a municipal bond issuer. And in the last several years, we've been switched over to more of a public sector regional infrastructure agency. And the reason why that is the MFA is not really a municipality, as in we have taxation power on all of the entire province, not just a local jurisdiction. So it became quite apparent that we weren't basically a municipality, but more have a regional stretch. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about this when we talk about our bond issuance and so forth. Those of you that know about credit ratings, all those savvy investors, you'll know that AAA is pretty much as best as you can get. It's the lowest risk kind of investment to take on. And I'm going to talk to you about how we achieve this every year and get these AAA ratings. So like I said, when we were formed by the province, our mandate was capital infrastructure financing. And in the 80s and in the 90s, we started adding what we call optional programs. And so long-term debt through the municipal finance, you are required to come to us for your long-term debt. So for those large capital infrastructure projects, you are required to come to the MFA. But for some of the other things, like maybe smaller, like leasing and lines of credit at a bank, you don't have to come to us. Those are what we call optional programs. I mean, we hope you do come to us and we appreciate the support, but it's not mandatory under legislation. nor is it mandatory that you use our optional investment programs. And I'm going to talk about both of those things. So just a little brief overview. Oh, and this presentation will be available. I've left it with Chris so he can definitely distribute it. And so I'm not going to touch on every single thing. But this just speaks to how we have various lines of business, the one being the long-term financing. Like I said, that is our core business. And so you are legislated to use that. There are short-term financing options. Our short-term financing options, those are more like lines of credit, like we call revenue anticipation. Perhaps you want to do some construction borrowing and borrow temporarily in smaller increments before you go to long-term debt. That would fall under our short-term program. And then, of course, we have our pooled investment products, which I'll touch on a bit later. And that gives access to local government to investments they wouldn't be able to get on their own following the community charter. And then over the years, we've become very heavily involved in client education. I sit on the Government Finance Officers Association of British Columbia, and I do provide a lot of educational support to our local government practitioners in all kinds of various subject matters, debt financing, investment and treasury management, and financial ratio analysis for local government. If there are any questions, I won't be able to tell, so somebody's going to have to let me know if there is one, okay?
Thanks, Ellen.
So just a little bit about our governance. So as you know, there are 28 regional governments in British Columbia, made up of various municipalities, cities, towns, villages, for which you are one. And we have 40 members that are appointed by local government. And so in order to become a member of the MFA, you must be appointed to your regional district board, and then the regional district board will appoint you to our board. And the first thing you're going to say is if there's 28 regional governments and 40 members, that doesn't add up. So somebody's got to have more than others. And of course, this is population based. And so we used to have 39 members up till this year. Now we have 40, and that was because of the last census and the population increase in the Lower Mainland. So 11 of the members are from the Lower Mainland, Metro Vancouver area. 2 of the members come from the Capital Regional District, where the MFA is located. And another 2 come from the Fraser Valley Regional District. And like I said, this is population based, so you would expect to see this. And then the rest of the regional districts have 1 representative making up the 40. Once you get onto the MFA board as a member, we have our annual election every year, and ours is coming up here at the end of March, where you can be elected to become one of the trustees. And as one of the trustees, this is where you'll work more closely with management, meet maybe 4 times a year, more if something extraordinary pops up. And they have various roles and responsibilities that they must perform. And then we have employees. So when I started in 1997, there was 5 of us, and now we're up to 17. We are in the process of hiring a few more people as our complement of offerings has expanded, and so we need more people to service the clients. So how do we operate? Where does the money come from for MFA to pay its bills? It's always an interesting question because it's not really that obvious. And so we get no senior government support, whether it's provincial or federal. So we have no grants of any kind. Those of you that own a home, you will see on your property tax, or you should see, a little line called Municipal Finance Authority. And if your house is more than 500,000, you pay 10 cents.
Shelley,
and your next question is,
sorry,
yeah.
I have a question from Councillor Page.
I do have to ask the question, just going back to the appointment side of things. We had a situation in the regional district where we put forward Mayor Morrison's name for the MFA, and were told by the MFA after the fact that the appointment had to be one of the regional directors. And so you said the regional government could appoint any elected official in your presentation here, and I'm just there's an incongruency there between
Okay, so let's go back. So yes, definitely. So if you're elected to Nelson City Council, and then you'll be appointed from the municipality to the regional district board. So you must sit on the regional district board in order for you to be appointed to the MFA board.
Okay. Thank you for that clarity.
But do you?
Yeah, no, thanks for making me clarify that. Yeah, it is a little complicated.
Okay.
Yeah. So we just had a further question here about, do you have to be on the board to be a trustee? And so, and so
Yes.
I have had the discussion in terms of the fact that although I was appointed, that was actually in violation of your policies, to be the alternate going forward on the board. And so I think that was rectified yesterday, and there's a new alternate was elected. Yeah, so anyways, thank you.
Yeah,
Shelley,
so
for just clarifying that, because I did
Yeah,
have support
once
here
you
from
get
our
a-
table to continue in if I could, but I don't fit in the policies as they're set out because I didn't choose to sit on the RD this term, so.
RD board, yeah, so you must be
thanks.
on the RD board, and you must be the primary, not the
Not the
alternate.
Yes.
So an alternate cannot become a trustee, only the primary.
Thank you.
And we're going to miss you
Thank you,
terribly. We were quite disappointed, but we'll still be seeing you, I'm
Yes,
sure.
oh, for sure, thank you.
Yeah. So just going back to where we get our money from and the whole thing about, we're on the tax roll. And we're on the tax roll, but, if you have I don't know who has a $500,000 home anymore, but I just use that because math is easier. If you have a $500,000 home, we'll tax you about 10 cents. And then you're going to think, well, why are you even bothering, right? And you can see it makes up such a small percentage of our revenues, and we don't really need the money, but we need to be on the tax roll, and I'm going to show you why in a minute. But it's very small, and it's really important that the local governments keep us in the plumbing, so to speak, so that if we ever had to tax, and I'm going to show you why we might have to one day, we need to be on that plumbing. So that's why we're on there. But where our money comes from is it comes from our optional programs that I mentioned. So we have our pooled investment funds, we have our short-term loans, equipment financing programs. Those things you can go to any vendor you like. You don't have to come to the MFA, and we have small margins on those. Going back to the long-term debt side, I mean, if we're basically a monopoly, we can't really be charging you, can we? So we don't make money off of our long-term debt program, just our optional programs. So where does the money come from when you approach the regional district to borrow money through the MFA? Where are we getting this money? We have two access points to the capital markets. And one is our debenture debt program. And those people who study bonds and debenture debt know that debenture debts are basically just unsecured bonds. And they rely on our taxation as an entity, as an investor to repay. So we're typically in the market for 10-year bonds, 5-year bonds, and occasionally we'll do a 20-year bond. We are the lowest cost issuer in Canada. It says municipal, to reloan to our municipal members. So, for instance, the City of Toronto, they pay more for their debt than a member of the MFA. City of Ottawa, City of Montreal, they all issue their own debt, and they pay more in interest than we do. So if you're a small municipality such as yourselves, you're getting actually a lower interest rate than the City of Toronto, Montreal, and the City of Vancouver, who also is the only local government in British Columbia that can issue their own debt. They're the only ones. Everyone else comes to the MFA, and they pay more for that. So they're not quite as high as rated as we are, and they don't have such a large program that we do. So we have quite a bit of debt outstanding in the market, close to 10 million. And this is the money that's used to fund our long-term program. So when you're borrowing for sewer, water, roads, rec center, those big ticket items, this is where the money comes from, is the capital markets. We have investors all over the world, central banks down the eastern seaboard of the US. So we have mostly life insurance companies, pension companies, larger asset managers, mutual funds, those are mostly our investors. You can buy them in the retail market as well, but it's more prevalent in the institutional investor space. And the other program that we offer, which is our short-term loans and equipment financing, that's more shorter dated debt. And so we get that in what's called the commercial paper market. And so we are in the market every week opting off commercial paper to get this shorter dated debt. And that's the money we use to fund equipment financing and our leasing program and so forth. So we are one of the largest issuers of commercial paper as well. And we currently have about 600 million outstanding. Talked about credit ratings already. It's super important. As you know, the higher credit rating you have, the lower cost of interest it is. because the investor deems you to be secure, and so you're not having to pay up for risk. And so we have 3 AAA credit ratings with all the 3 major agencies. And our short-term rating on our commercial paper is always also the highest that you can get. So we're quite proud of this. This is nothing that MFA does. This is what our members are doing. Because when we go and present to the rating agencies, we're about to do that again in April, we consolidate all the financial statements of all our local governments, and that's what we're presenting on. The health and the strength and the fiscal responsibility that you put into your statements and so forth. And that's what's giving us our AAA, as well as the management stuff. But mostly it's because BC is quite conservative on the debt and does have quite a bit of investments on hand. So why do we get a AAA? So some of the things that the rating agencies look at is our ability to repay. And so when you borrow money for long-term debt, so those are those big projects, sewer, water, rec centers, then you go through your regional district to do that. We actually take 1%. So if you ask for $1, we're only going to give you 99 cents. So it's when you're doing your bylaws, it's important to plan for that you're not going to get 100 cents back on the dollar. So basically what we do is we take that money and we put it aside in our debt reserve fund. And this is for the bondholders. So if one of our members couldn't make a payment, difference, we could pay out of this fund and make the bondholder whole, and they would never know that one of our members had a bit of a slip and fall and didn't make a payment. This never happened in the history of the MFA that one of our members cannot make a payment on their debts, but it's a nice to have as an investor. So, you know, there's a bag of money sitting there. And so they're saying, so if someone doesn't pay, I'm getting paid anyway. So that's a strength of ours. The other thing is this taxation authority that I mentioned, why we need to be on your tax roll, even though we don't need the money for operations. We do need to be present so that if we ever needed to replenish the debt reserve fund I talked about, we actually can tax every property in the province of British Columbia, including the city of Vancouver, who doesn't use our program. And we have access to over 2.42 trillion. Actually, that's the old number. It's up to 2.7 now, trillion dollars of assessed value that we can tax. And so before you panic, you might see your 10 cents go up to $1, because we don't really need that much. We don't have that much debt outstanding, and the repayments per year aren't that much as well. Another thing we have is called joint liability. And what this means is you as Nelson, if you were to borrow money in the long term for a large project, so sewer, water, rec center, those big things, you can't come directly to the MFA. You must go through your regional district. And at the regional district table, there's other members of the regional district present there, and you all have to agree to support the borrowing going forward. Because for some strange reason, if Nelson couldn't pay, I doubt that would ever happen, someone else around the room would temporarily help you out until you couldn't. And that's called joint and several liability. And so going back and as from an investor point of view, we have a lot of money put aside, 123 million to help. We have taxation authority. If we were to use that debt reserve fund, we could replenish it with taxation. And if one of the neighbors won't pay, the other neighbor's going to help them out. So these are pretty powerful things from an investor point of view, as why, they feel quite secure about lending us the money for low interest. And the other thing is on our investments, and I'm going to talk about this a little bit coming up, where we have what's called a sinking fund. And so every time local government pays us principal, it goes into a sinking fund and it's invested, and then we use that to repay the bondholders. So when I said we had close to $10 billion in outstanding debt, we also have close to, this is the outdated number, we have close to $5 billion in investments already to back that up. So net debt is about $5 billion. As you know, local governments are required to have balanced budgets, which is not the case with provincial or federal governments. And so as an investor, they feel quite confident that, you're not running up big deficits. And then we have a very transparent disclosure system where, you have annual audit financial statements that are available to the public and annual reports. You must file with the Ministry of Municipal Affairs regularly. And you must have these 5-year capital plans, and which also involve public consultation. Any questions about that?
So you can see we've got I have a question here from Councillor Payne.
Hi, just on the last point, what does public consultation look like to your organization?
Well, for us, it's published, right? And so you have a meeting, you've got your budget, you've got your financial plan, and so it's not hidden. And so, and people could comment on it if they wanted to. I don't know if people do, but it is available. That's kind of our recollection of how that would be.
So basically, people would need to go and search for this information it's not like you advertise in the newspaper or.
Yeah.
No, we
to-
don't. And
Hi, it's Kevin here. Just to clarify, this is, what Shelley's saying is our financial statements are.
Sorry, I thought it was. for the
Public process,
organization.
not the
Got it.
MFAs.
Thank you.
Yeah.
yeah, thanks, Kevin, for the clarification. Yes, all these things are the annual reports of our members, and the financial statements of our members. And also your financial plans, which obviously feed into ours, because your financial plans will say whether it's debt or how you're going to actually do these capital plans. So that's how it ties into the MFA. Thanks, Kevin.
Shelley, I just had a question only because the fact that was explained previously, and it's kind of an interesting example in terms of when, I'm gonna get the wrong place, Lytton, which place burnt down? Lytton, sorry. They had some loans, and did we trigger any of these, like the joint liability? Was that triggered when obviously they couldn't be paying their debt, or was it so insignificant that they had other insurance that covered that? Do you recall that?
That's a great question. So a couple things. Number one of the things that they had borrowed money for actually went through their regional district. And so their regional district, if Lytton wasn't to pay, the regional district would have to pay. Yeah. But subsequent to that, the province gave Lytton quite a sizable grant. And what they did is they calculated what the debt payments would be out to the end of time, basically, until the debt was repaid. And they actually funded Lytton that money. So that came from the provincial government.
Okay, great. Thank you. Just sort of an example of how sometimes things work.
It's actually worked before, where the provincial government has stepped in way before we had to go into our debt reserve fund. Tumbler Ridge is a good example. Right. Gold River is a good example, where the ministry just goes in and makes it so that the local government does not go bankrupt. And that's why we've never had a bankruptcy, right? Is they are there supporting them.
Right. Thank you. I have a question here from Councillor Lochinver.
Shelley, the 40%, 47% of gross long-term debt, is that a policy ceiling, or is that just how much borrowing is being pulled against the fund? If you may have addressed this already, or I'm not understanding. So, for example, if Lytton, if Lytton borrows heavily, does that sort of crowd out the available? Crowd out other municipalities that are trying to borrow, or so can you just
no, not at all. And I can touch briefly on that, and then I've got a couple slides that are going to explain exactly what it means coming up here. So basically, all that means, the 47%, is of all the debt we have outstanding, that's how much of the money we've already collected from local governments in their principal payments. So it has nothing to do with restricting anyone's ability to borrow or anything like that. And I have a few slides that'll help with the light bulb to that extent. So just bear with me for a few more minutes, and I'll take you through exactly what that means.
Great.
Thanks.
Great. Okay.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay, so a couple other things, and I won't spend too much time on them because you're more familiar with these things, is that, as you know, municipalities, they actually have a borrowing limit. So based on their revenues that they have coming in, and so those are capped at 25% of certain revenues. So go put your investor hat back on. Why do we have a AAA, bag of money, joint and several liability, taxation ability? We already have half the money for the debt repayment put away already. Municipalities have to be conservative in the amount they borrow with regard to their revenues, so or cash flow. Taxpayers, you know that there's a public approval process, so now the investor knows that the taxpayer actually wants to pay for it, so they will pay for it. And then we have quite heavy legislation in British Columbia about the borrowing, and I'm going to show you a really quick graph about how long it actually takes to get a borrowing bylaw through all these entities that participate in the actual review, being the municipality, to the ministry, the regional district, the MFA trustees, MFA members. There's a lot of people involved in the borrowing process. So just a little bit of a picture about, you can see where the debt is sitting. So out of the debt that we've got, over $5 billion in net debt. So net debt, again, is the debenture debts we have out there, plus the principal payments that have accumulated towards repayment. And you can see that most of the debt is in the Metro Vancouver area, which makes sense because that's where most of the population is. So this just gives you a little graphical representation of the different 7 economic regions in the province. Just on this slide, I just wanted to point out that, we do have lots of different kinds of loans. Some are property tax supported, some are water fee supported, sewer fee, user fee, and we have some transit. And one of our more up and coming debt that will be increasing over the next several years will be hospitals. There have been several large hospital announcements, and as you know, we provide the debt for the regional hospital district portion of any hospital. I'm just going to head into legislation and borrowing, and like I said, I won't spend a lot of time in this section, not because it's boring, but because I'll leave you with the slides and you can go over them yourselves. So anytime a local government wants to borrow, you have to pick a certain section of the community charter that fits that kind of borrowing. So in other words, if you were borrowing revenue anticipation, and what that means is you're borrowing in anticipation of your tax money coming in July, there's a certain section that you would use for that. If you wanted to do an equipment financing, so like lease photocopiers or laptops, there's a section for that. So that's what I meant by there's certain sections that fit borrowing better than others. So that's all in the charter. From the MFA point of view, we have our long-term borrowing program, and we have these shorter-term borrowing programs. And these are the sections of the charter that fit into those short-term borrowing. So if you were to do construction financing, so say you wanted to draw down slowly and not pre-borrow money, and because once you borrow money, you have to pay interest on it, obviously. So if you wanted to draw down construction financing, you'd go into our temporary borrowing program. If you did find yourself either short of funds before the taxation money is collected in July, you could do some revenue anticipation borrowing. This revenue anticipation borrowing is also good for if you're involved in a project and you're getting grant funding from another local government, higher level of government. You know how long it takes for them to turn the money around. So you could actually temporarily borrow until the anticipation of those grant payments if you didn't have your own cash flows to work with. And another section that we use is our equipment financing program, where we do have, do loans on, like I said, photocopiers, laptops, fire trucks, utility vehicles, those kinds of things fit into these lower term borrowings. The large bylaw that gets used for capital financing and these larger things is called a loan authorization bylaw. And this is the one that takes a long time to get through the process, usually because it's for a lot of money. And there's a lot of procedural things that have to be contemplated when you're doing that. And I'm quickly going to run through this just so you can get a feature. But the bylaw's got to go through 3 readings. It's got to go down to the ministry for statutory approval. They're looking to make sure, number one, what are you borrowing for? MFA will only lend money for more traditional type projects. So if it was something that was in competition with a business, it wouldn't get through. It has to be what a normal local government should be doing, which is sewer, water, rec centers, roads, things like that. If you were building a restaurant, it wouldn't get through because that's not something you would expect a local government to be doing. And so that's what the statutory approval is for. What are you borrowing for? And then the ministry will run through some numbers to make sure you can actually afford it. And if that's good, you'll have to go out to the electoral approval. And then once you get the electoral approval, you're going to adopt the bylaw. Then there's another little legislative piece called a quashing period. This is more of a legality challenge, not so much from the electorate anymore, but more about if you've followed the procedures. Then you got to get a certificate of approval on your bylaw. And then now you don't even have any money yet. There's still more to go through. And at that point, you decide whether you'd want to use that bylaw to, like I said before, do some construction financing and just borrow slowly in our short-term program, or whether you wanted to go and fund the whole thing right away. We don't have a lot of people that pre-borrow money because as I said, you pay interest the minute you take the money. But all this to say that it takes about a year to get a bylaw through. So it takes a lot of careful planning and a lot of steps and a lot of involvement with your council, a regional district, municipality, and the municipal affairs. I'm going to spend 2 minutes on this only because I think it would help to answer a question that we had previously about the 47% or the money that we have put away. So basically what happens is we have 2 intakes per year for new loans. And we meet with our members and our trustees, and we get approval to go to debenture debt. I'm going to back up here. Seems to want to do it on its own here. And so we put together those 2 borrowings, so one in the spring, one in the fall, and we actually go out to the market to get the debt. And once we get the debt, so once we go and get the debenture debt, we will actually put that 1% in the debt reserve fund, and the 99% goes to the client or the member that actually borrowed the money. So that's the first step. So now the client has the money. And then the next part of it is, once you have the money, we have to start paying back the bondholders. And where do we get our money from? Is we get it from our members. And so now the members will start making their semi-annual interest payments to us, and it flows right through to the bondholders, because as you know, bonds typically are semi-annual principal or interest payments. And then once a year, we ask for a principal payment. And when the principal payment comes, that goes in our sinking funds. Because those of you that hold debentures know that you don't get your principal back until the maturity date. So that in this case, that could be 10 years before we have to pay the bondholder. And so we sit on those sinking funds and we earn money on that. And then when it comes up for the bond to be refinanced or paid out, we will dip into the sinking funds and pay off the bondholders with the money. And so it's just a function of us collecting principal in advance of when we need it to pay the bondholders. We're actually earning money on that. And because we're owned by local government, this is where a typical bank would take that money that they're earning and they would write checks out to their shareholders or use the money internally. What we've done is we're earning money on those principal payments. And so we've decided that we will discount the amount of principal that you will repay back on your bond, on your loan, sorry. And so that helps you because you're not paying back 100 cents on the dollar. And I hope that made sense. It can get confusing. If we earn more than we say we're going to earn in what we call our sinking fund, we will turn around and write you checks back at the end because basically we've overcharged you, right? And so, so if we make more money than we say we're going to, so right now we're saying that when we loan you money, and in a 10-year term, we'd make about 3.25%. And if we earn more than that, we'll be writing you a check back at the end. Which is what this means by if we have a surplus, we'll be giving that back as well, because it is your money, it's not our money. So where a real bank would actually be keeping that. And then the debt reserve fund, if you've managed to make your payments for the length of your loan, we will give that reserve fund money, that 1% that I talked about that we take for the credit of the bondholders, we will actually give it back. So it's not lost money. You will get it back with interest at the end. Any questions about that? I know it sounds a bit different than a normal bank would work. Okay. I just wanted to show on this example where our most popular term of borrowing clients will ask for, members will ask for, is 15 years. But we do have other terms. So some people borrow for 10, some people borrow for 20, 25, and according to the community charter, you can borrow up for a 30-year amortization. And so typically though, there is no 15-year bond. There's 5-year bonds, 10-year bonds, 20-year bonds, 30-year bonds, but there's no 15-year bonds. Henceforth, we issue a 10 to start. And then in year 11, we'll refinance the debt and give you a different interest rate for the last 5 years. And that's called a rate reset. And then if you're in for 20 years, we'll do it again. So at the 15-year term, we'll give you another interest rate for the next 5 years and so on until your debenture or your loan is actually repaid. Any questions about the borrowing section before I move on to investments?
Yeah, no, Shelley, maybe I'm speaking out of school, but are we not at MFA looking at the potential to issue a 20-year bond at some point in the
Yes.
future?
Yes, we are. And we actually did one last year. And so what Janice is saying is, if we have enough loans in our requests that ask for 20 years, because we can't issue a 20-year bond if everyone is asking for 10-year debt, because then we don't have anyone to pay for the last 10 years of the bond, right? But if the stars align and we get a greater portion of the portfolio or the loan submissions to be 20 years, then yes, we're trying to do 20-year bonds. And why that is because we've been doing this 10-year, 5-year for, 50 years. And we have a lot of shorter dated debt out there. And so investors are looking for longer dated as well. And this will definitely help our debt portfolio if we can get some more 20. But like I said, the unfortunate part is most of our members ask for 15. And our largest member, Metro Vancouver, likes 15. And so it's becoming harder to do a 20-year, but definitely if the stars align, we're definitely trying to do it. That's a good point. Thank you.
Thank you, and I have a question from Councillor Lockenberg.
Shelley, going back to the legislation that enables or restricts what we can borrow for, I just want to run a scenario past you and understand why we can't do this and potentially what the legislation would look like to enable us to do this. So if right now we finance bikes and retrofits and, it's on-bill financing through Nelson Hydro, I'm not sure if we tap into any MFA funding to support that. It's just coming out of our hydro reserve, but we do borrow against our own reserves managed by MFA. So in some sense, we are borrowing from MFA for that because they manage the reserve.
No, they don't manage our reserve.
They don't manage our reserves. Okay, great. I wondered about that because there was some confusion. I was having some confusion about that. Okay, so then if, let's say, we wanted to expand the program to offer the community the ability to finance like an aggressive deep energy retrofits program in their homes up to, say, $60,000, something quite significant. It doesn't look like we have any power to do that under the MFA. So correct me if I'm wrong about that. And then is there a scenario in your imagination that we could? Like what would it look like in terms of, like, so for example, if we then lobbied through UBCM to the province to enable that kind of power, and I think there has been some talk around this with PACE financing for other municipalities. So what role would MFA play in that, or could we do it today? I assume we can't, though.
Yeah, I know I wasn't involved in those discussions, but I know Peter, our Urbank, our CEO, was on the PACE program and so forth, and it was determined that it's not a good fit to come through the MFA. One of the reasons is our whole purpose is to raise the capital financing for the local government use, right? So if you were building a city hall, then yes, right? But not for you to on loan that money over to private citizens, right? So it was mostly determined that, and even the ministry, if you send in a bylaw to borrow money, and if you being the local government, so the municipality, didn't own the asset, they won't even approve the bylaw. You physically have to own the assets, where in this case, you don't own all the assets of the people that you're loaning the money out to for retrofits, right? That's how it was explained to me through the ministry portion anyway.
But if I'm not mistaken, would we have the power to put covenants on unpaid taxes, for example? So if it was sort of PACE-based financing, would we not be able to secure that loan off of our power as a local government to, to tax those homes? Like, it's not like they can pick up and move their home to a different jurisdiction. So in some sense, we do control the home.
Yeah, and maybe Kevin, you can help me out, because I know you've got reserves that you can loan out and things like that. That's a little different because that's your money, right?
Oh.
But to borrow through the MFA, the ministry stipulates that the money you borrow from us must be used for your capital, for a project for the local government, not to be on-lent onto somebody else other than a wholly owned corporation of yourselves, right? And so you wouldn't be able to take the money that you borrow from the MFA and kind of loan it out to citizens for their retrofits. That's where the ministry landed anyway, and that's why we're not involved in the PACE program. I know they looked at having, maybe look at credit unions or banks to do that kind of funding. Obviously, the funding cost would be higher, but I think that's where it was left.
Yeah.
But I
no,
apologize,
correct.
that's all I know about it.
Yeah, and that's what I recall as well, Shelley, and Kevin saying that's what he recalls as well.
Perfect. Yeah,
Yeah,
great.
we
Good question,
did
though. Good
explore this.
incentives.
Yeah, I was imagining, given that we've got this low cost AAA rating, could we expand the MFA to deliver that at a low cost without compromising the AAA? But it sounds like it gets too complicated for the
It does,
bondholders.
it does. And the ministry's also made really stipulations for us, and that's why I said, when you do your bylaw at 3 readings, it goes into the ministry. And I've had some pretty interesting calls from the ministry where a local government wanted to borrow money to run a sawmill in their local, city. And we're thinking, that's not typically what a municipality is supposed to be doing. And so, of course, that one gets denied. They're really looking at whose money, what are you doing with the money? And whose capital is it at the end of the day? So yeah, there are some stipulations for sure. And we're quite protective of the AAA because it benefits everything. As a cooperative, it benefits everyone, right? We don't want to lose our AAA over lending to one entity.
And you've never, sorry if I may.
Oh, no,
Mayor?
keep asking. That's what we're having this session for.
Okay, thanks. So then, has there anyone ever tried to use the MFA to sort of establish a community forest or acquire some private land to then do some managed forest work on that land? It's not, again, not within, sounds like the sawmill thing. It's not within the scope of local government, but if there was a clear interest in the local government to do that kind of work, so in our case, maybe protect ourselves from wildfire and at the same time sort of pay for that asset acquisition. So you never do anything like that as well?
Well, I think you could
Well,
borrow money for
go ahead.
land, but to borrow money to forest or to harvest that land would be different. I don't know, Shelley, if, obviously the timber on that land has
Yeah.
value. Would you look at it as land, or would you look at it as there's timber on it and we're buying the timber?
Typically, if something was to happen that way, we would probably see it where we would loan the money to the city, and the city would have a wholly owned corporation. So there's all kinds of wholly owned corporations of local governments that must be wholly owned by the city and not have other public entities or private entities sitting on it. And there has been some work done through that mechanism, but not directly. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so it's
So
possible.
if you
You
were
just
to
have
open up a
establish it.
wholly owned corporation, right?
Yeah.
And it was for the benefit of the city doing city work, we would lend the money to the local government, and the local government would on-lend it to their wholly owned corporation. But it would count against the borrowing limit of the municipality, so of the city.
Right, of course. So something like an affordable or a community housing authority or something like that would really stretch the borrowing limit. It was something you would do potentially, but boy, would it push the borrowing limit of the municipality, I'm guessing.
And there's various cities. Burns Lake has got some community forests they're working on. Whistler has a housing corporation. There are many of these little corporations out there, but there definitely are rules, and we wouldn't lend directly to it.
Okay. Yeah, makes sense.
Okay.
And the RD would have to agree as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
All our major asks go through the RD for approval. Usually, it's very, it's very seldom here that our RD, I can't speak for other RDs, has ever turned down something that the city of Nelson, because they know that we've done due diligence to get to where we are to then give it to the RD. So the RD rarely would say, no, we're not gonna do that. I don't know of any time that it's ever been turned down for the city of Nelson.
Not that I'm aware of. Shelley, in terms of, is there a whatever appeals process if a RD did, whatever a municipality went through their proper process, got electoral approval, et cetera, et cetera. What if you just had bad relations with your RD and there must be some appeals process. They can't turn it down for I guess it'd be a judicial review or something, or is there a MFA
Well,
process?
I'll let you in on a little secret. No regional district has ever turned down a request from a local government, and this is why. Number one, when it does come to the regional district, it's not about whether your neighbor likes what you're doing. They don't like that you're building something. They don't like that you're painting it pink. It has nothing to do with that. It's based on your ability to repay the debt, right? And like I said before it gets to the regional district, it's gone through the ministry, the public approval process, right? So the public has said that they're willing to pay for it. It's gone through the ministry review. They've looked at the city's finances, the ability to repay, what the effect on the taxpayer will be on their home taxes. They've done all that work, right? The MFA's looked at it to make sure that it's not going to jeopardize our credit rating before it even gets to the regional district level. So sitting around the regional district, you must know something pretty significant that the rest of us haven't picked up on to be order to be turning down anything, right? It's more of a mechanism.
Got it. Procedural fairness.
Sorry, I tried to say that as politely as I could.
Thank you, Shelley. Continue on. I see no other questions right now.
Okay. So I'm just going to leave the borrowing section, and we're always available for calls. You know, if something comes up, just reach out. And I have a team of people. I have a credit and economic analyst. I've got a credit and compliance lady. So there's many of us that can help answer your questions. So I want to talk a little bit about investments. And so I had mentioned that the MFA offers pooled investment products to our clients, and you don't have to come to the MFA to buy them, but there's definitely advantages to doing that. And so just like the debt, where I showed you a slide where you wanted to borrow something, it has to fit into one of those legislative sections. The same is true for the investment side. It's section 183 of the community charter. And it lays out a little menu. So the person responsible for doing the investing can only invest in these things, right? When this was outlined, it was meant that the local governments would invest in all of these things. They wouldn't just pick the two that had the highest yield or the one thing that has the highest yield. What we've experienced is that, we work with local governments, and a lot of them, they just buy banks or just buy credit unions, and they're just looking at the yield. They're not looking at professional diversification of their portfolios, which is what a professional investor is supposed to be looking at, right? Even though the banks in Canada are pretty good, they're good until they're not. And so it's good to have the diversification. And you can see the top two things on the top there, and I didn't change the order, this is actually in the charter, is securities of the Municipal Finance Authority. So we do have a program where when we issue debt in the market, we do have local governments, if they want to participate by buying a piece of that debt for their investment portfolios, we will facilitate them being able to do that. And so there is an option. And by doing that through us and helping with going through a broker, but us facilitating it, you don't pay any fees to do so. So it's right at the initial offering sentence portion. And you save substantial fees rather than going through a broker on the secondary market. The second thing is our pooled investment funds. And what those allow to do is everything else listed, whether it's provincial governments or Canada or other local governments like the City of Vancouver or Ottawa bonds, anything like that. We offer these investment funds, and they give access to corporate bonds, equities, and so forth. And so it just opens up the investing universe a bit more to participate in the pooled investment funds. The key thing is always diversification. I have run into smaller local governments, and their entire money is in their local credit union, which is not a great thing, right? It's good to help the local credit union, but not to have all of your money in one basket, so to speak. But diversifying, it does cost money to do that because you're no longer chasing the highest yield. You're looking for risk-adjusted returns. And so, and using City of Nelson as an example, you participate in our mortgage fund, which gives you access to something other than a bank. And also our short-term bond fund, which gives you access to corporate type entities and high-grade corporate entities, not junk bonds by any means. These are the Fortis and the TELUS and those kinds of products that are in there. So just to be aware that diversification is very much key when you're doing a professional investing portfolio. One of the things we've run up to in the last few years is, as you know, a lot of our local governments, they've declared climate emergency, and rightfully so, that's what's happening. And we've had requests over the years, you know, can you do us a product where we invest and it's fossil fuel free? So we do have clients that are asking us now for fossil fuel free investments. And being a cooperative model, meaning we have many members in many sections of the province, some of them don't like that because a lot of their income comes from the oil and gas business. So we have other products that still invest in oil and gas. So now we have two different kinds of products, fossil fuel free. And it's important to know that fossil fuel free, it has a definition, right? And anyone can make up their own definition. So you have to be clear when you're going down the fossil fuel free road that that's what you want to do. And that you've agreed to the definition. So the definition of fossil fuel free are the exclusion of investing in companies that are involved in extracting, processing, transporting oil, gas, and coal. So those would be the kind of entities that our fund managers would no longer invest in if it was a fossil fuel free investment. But having said that, MFA deems banks to be fossil fuel free. And then you're going to say, well, they're loaning money out to, companies who are in the oil and gas business. And you're correct. But according to the definition that we're using, they don't extract anything, they don't process anything, and they don't transport any oil and gas. And so that's how our definition becomes fossil fuel free. And I say this just so you know that you have to agree amongst yourselves what the definition would be if you're interested in fossil fuel free. Not everybody is. We opened up a fossil free bond fund a couple of years ago, and we don't have a lot of uptake. We have about a dozen local governments in it, right? And so it has to be something that you clearly want to go in there. But the whole socially responsible investing spectrum, it is quite, it's not really defined. So you have to be clear if you want to go down that road, you know, what it means to your organization. Because it means a lot of different things to different people. As I said, we had a definition and you might not agree with that definition that we came up with. I'll leave this with you, but it just kind of, it's a little bit of a confusing world. I find it anyway, this social responsible investing. One thing that we've undertaken is we have a fund manager called Phillips Hager and North. And yes, they were purchased by RBC many years ago now. And we make sure that they are signatories to the UNPRI, which are, and if you are an investor and doing investments on behalf of other people, you are saying certain things that you're going to follow, and I'll touch on those in a minute. But we make sure that they look at certain ESG factors. Now, going back to my comment about this is a cooperative model, I mean, we could have some local governments that don't want anything to do with, smoking. And we might have some that don't want anything to do with firearms, and then some that won't want to do agriculture. So, you know, as a cooperative, we can't have many funds stripping out all these different things. And MFA staff aren't going to be the moral compass for the entire British Columbia, so we can't do it. And so we've landed on fossil fuel free only because we've had some requests from our clients on the climate emergency side, and also things that make sense. So, you know, we have a seat at the table going through our Phillips Hager and North as our fund investors, and they look at certain factors, you know, in the environmental side, the social side, and the governance side to make sure that, you know, child labor and so forth and these things are looked upon before we do any kind of investing. So our investments.
Before you go on, I have a question. Sorry, before you get to that next slide.
Yeah, you bet.
Elsa Walkenberg.
Either for Kevin or Shelley or Chris. Oh, Chris is gone. Oh, Chris is there. Is Nelson participating in this fund at all? And if we are not, or if we are, how might we, or how are we participating?
Same question. Are our investments in this fund?
We're not currently in this one. So we're in the MFA bond fund, mortgage fund, but not in any of the fossil free fund.
And what's the process for getting us into those funds? And
yeah, I mean, Shelley would know the the intake and how, you know, if it's just a case of transferring some investments over. I think in some cases there is a trade-off. Maybe this chart speaks to that a little bit on the yield you receive on some of these over others. So that's something to consider.
And I think the other thing that you'd have to consider right now with, the rising interest rates and the fact that, we're in some of these funds at lower, when interest rates were lower. So we'd end up with capital losses if we start to move from one investment vehicle to another. So it'd probably be new funding that you would want to do. You wouldn't want to trigger those losses that we're likely that are on the books right now. So we might be earning 3% on a current bond. And the rates are now 6%. If you want to get out of that bond debt, you pay they discount the bond to do that. So it's probably new. If there's new reserves that you want to do, that would probably be the smarter thing. But maybe Shelley can comment on that.
No, I exactly was going to say that, is that there is a little bit of a trade-off on the yield. And I put these slides up, and I thought I would just,
And I have another question, maybe before you go any, because it probably pertains to what
okay.
we've got on, just Councillor Tate.
I think I have an easy question, but this is all new for me. So I understand correctly that we can only borrow from the MFA. Can we only invest through the MFA? No, we can invest.
We can invest anywhere we want.
Yeah, that
Was the
we
part
can
about
invest
some
wherever
people
we
have all
like.
their money in a credit union.
Yeah, you saw that
Gotcha.
list of 6 or 7 different places where we can borrow. Maybe Shelley, you can go back to that slide if that's easy enough.
yeah. There it is.
So we can do any of those 6 things, 7
Those
things.
are the investments. Yeah, I got you. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so you can go anywhere you want. If you want certain kinds of investments, the MFA is the only one allowed to offer them. And I'll talk a little bit about our newest investment program towards the end here. But for instance, if you wanted to diversify where you're actually in, like I said, higher grade corporate type bonds. So that would be like your Fortis and your McCain French fries, all those kind, right? You can't buy those on your own. You're only allowed to buy securities of Canada, province, or municipality. You can't buy any kind of corporate type bonds. You'd have to come through the MFA pools. A lot of people use our pools because it takes a lot of work to buy Canada bonds, provincial bonds, and municipal bonds. You have to have a broker. You have to watch bid-ask spread and see what you're actually paying on those bonds. Whereas if you can get those exposures through our pooled funds without having to go through all that of setting up broker accounts and so forth. And of course, obviously banks, you can go to any bank you want or credit union. So,
Okay,
and
thank
so
you.
that's the list.
Just if I may, as a follow-up, Mayor.
Sure.
Based on the chart here, it looks like the fossil-free fuel funds have the best returns among the options. So
Right, they do.
what's that?
Sorry. No.
I for one would love to see us get on a glide path to
Yeah.
doing this.
So why don't I take you through these funds, and then I can talk about some of the returns and some of the things that change when you start stripping out the fossil fuel companies, right? So going back to the definition that MFA and PH&N have devised, which is, the entity has to be involved in extracting, directly extracting, processing, transporting. So we have 3 high interest savings account programs that we negotiate with banks to try to get a higher rate than if you could on your own. We deem those to be fossil fuel free because yes, they might be lending money to the oil patch, but they're not directly involved in the extraction, transporting, and so forth. Right now, it's 4.8%. We're thinking that the Bank of Canada next week is probably going to do another 25 before hopefully it's done. Then you'll see that rate go up by 25 basis points. So you'll be up over 5%. And this is money that's just overnight, right? So, you want to always have some money liquidity on hand for operations and so forth. Our money market, this is not fossil fuel free because there are investments in here. Like I said, in Synovus and ESSO and those kinds of things, they're in here. But it does give you a good diversification to lots of other kind of companies other than just banks. Our government-focused fund, this is a fund we it was a different fund, and during COVID, we kind of pivoted it to be a little bit more risk-averse. And it basically invests in the top 6 banks. in Canada, which we deem to be fossil fuel free. And it also invests in governments. So this is where your Canadas, provincials, and your municipals will come in without you having to go to a broker and buy them directly. You could get them through this mechanism. And obviously governments, you're going to say, well, wait a minute, the government of Canada owns a pipeline. They're not fossil fuel free, right? According to the rules about stripping out entities, governments can't be stripped out because you need to be able to buy governments, right? And they're not directly involved in the extracting and processing. They just own the pipeline. So this one is deemed to be also fuel free.
That's a stretch.
Smile.
Transportation?
Yeah. Now going into our other ones, these are more longer dated investments. The other ones are for, up to a year. These ones are starting to get longer term. The short-term bond fund, it is what we call an ESG because they do look at certain factors when they're investing in these companies to make sure they're behaving and so forth. The current yield right now is 4.56. But if you take a look next door at the fossil-free short-term, this is a bit of an anomaly right now where it's very close in interest rate. It's usually anywhere from 5 to 10 basis points lower. And you would expect that if you take out some of the higher, earning companies in the oil and gas sector, if you strip them out, it's obvious that the return will be a bit lower. Fees are the same. And going back to Kevin's comment, if you're already invested in the short term, you really have to be careful when you start pulling money out. Has it been in there long enough? And what was the price you put it in? And what was the price you're going to take it out on? So you don't trigger any capital losses. You're going to look at these returns and you're going to say, well, wait a minute, it's returned minus 4.25%. This is on paper. And this is professional funds are what we call mark to market. In other words, every single day, the value of these underlying bonds will change. And so we must show you that if you were to pull out today, it would probably be a loss, but they're longer term investments. So you have to be careful when you're starting to pull out funds shorter than the duration. But if you leave them in there for the timing that you were, you do have a really good chance, and especially if you leave them in there and interest rates start coming down. Then you'll, like Kevin mentioned, when it goes the other way, you'll start to actually be making some pretty good money, and you'll have some pretty good capital gains to take advantage of. So, and then our pooled mortgage fund, which you do participate in, which is great diversification. It's a really popular fund, and the current yield right now is quite something. And I'm going to talk about the other one on the diversified in a minute. So going back to your question, how can you get into these funds? So you already have an account in our pooled investments, and like Kevin said, it's just a matter if you had new monies that you wanted to invest in anything with the green leaf at the top. You can. It's totally up to you whether you start investing in those things or not, right? So there's no fees to get in and or anything like that, and no fees to come out. So it's totally at your leisure, whether you want to do that or not. You might want to take a look at your investment policies. Some investment policies, it actually has it in there that, but you want to be careful not to box yourself in that that's the only thing you'll buy. I'll give you a really good example. The city of Vancouver has a really aggressive, they want to be green. There's no doubt about it. And their investment policy comes right out and said if it isn't fossil fuel free, they can't buy it. Well, what they've done is they've limited themselves to pretty much banks and MFA's fossil fuel free bond fund. Other than that, they can't buy anything. And so you want to be careful when you're looking at an investment policy that you don't want to box yourself in too much. A lot of people say, we'll look at fossil fuel free, and if it makes sense to do so, we'll participate. But it's not an absolute.
Hey, Shelley.
Any question? Yeah.
Yeah, as far as moving money between accounts, I would say that, we have some in the high interest savings account. That would be one that would not be an issue if we wanted to.
Not an issue at all. Yeah. You definitely have not experienced any capital losses in that whatsoever. So that would be a good one to move. Money market is the same. I don't think you have money in the money market, but that's also one because that's valued at $10 per unit. So there'd be no losing anything there. So those are definitely, if you're going to do a transfer, those are the ones.
Councillor Woodward has a question.
Thank you.
Oh, excellent.
On this subject matter, does MFA have any relational, that's what I'm trying to get at here. Like, I'm thinking about the 2021 damage that was across BC with all the atmospheric rivers and the flooding and all that? And is there any relation to how much the province is having to pay out in rebuilding and, you know, the fossil fuel companies and what's causing this, and anything there, or we just kind of keep plowing forward with different funds? Because, you know, we're talking in the billions of dollars, right? The 2021.
No, I understand. We don't have any direct involvement, like we're not going after oil companies and gas companies and so forth like that, right? I mean, we make small moves the way we can. One of them was definitely, you know, to try and answer our members' requests by, you know, they wanted to make a statement by divesting out of fossil fuel. It is a statement. It doesn't really anything. It doesn't really hurt the company because there's other holders buying the bonds, right? So, and, you know, ironically enough, there are some oil and gas companies that are leading the way on renewables, right? And so it's an interesting time to be looking at, you know, socially responsible investing and the ESG lens. It's as my boss says, it's the wild, wild west. Everyone's got different opinions on you know, what they can do. I know the ministry is more heavily involved in working with those things than us at the MFA.
Right. Thank you. I think there's going to have to be some kind of reckoning between the kind of damage to infrastructure across BC that climate change is causing and support of fossil fuel companies.
Oh, it's substantial. It is substantial, right? And we're very fortunate that, you know, a lot of our local governments aren't heavily indebted. That's one thing. You know, we deal with all the provinces across BC, and when we look at how much debt our local governments in British Columbia have, we're ultra conservative. So low debt and a lot of money in reserves. So local governments in British Columbia have approximately $20 billion in reserves sitting on their financial statements and very little debt. You know, so super conservative that way. I got off the track a little bit, but just to prove a point that, you know, can you imagine if everything was highly indebted and it got washed away, right? There'd be payments to make and no infrastructure left. So.
Right. Thank you.
And Shelley, that has also, when you mentioned our balance sheets, you know, local governments are net creditors, not net debtors. So, you know, you have $5 billion in debt. We have 20 million sitting in investments on our balance sheet. So it's, you know,
you are correct. Yeah.
You know, that's very attractive to our bondholder that, you know, we have all this cash, even if we had to tap into that, there's cash on our books. It's not like we're actually not in debt overall. We're actually have a bunch of cash sitting on our balance sheets.
Yeah, you are correct. That is one of the reasons why we have a AAA, is because of the fiscal, you know, conservatives of our members. And it is well recognized. When we do our ratings presentations, we we show little slides about how much all the provinces have in reserves, and BC is clearly at the top, right? And debt levels as well. You know, and that's a function of us saving for the money and not being heavily leveraged in infrastructure, right? Okay. So any questions about the reserves? The investments. So definitely if fossil fuel free, if that's something you're interested in, like I said, you definitely have access to those programs. Our last product that we opened up in the beginning of January, and this is the first time in the history that local governments in British Columbia could actually invest in equities. And before you say, man, that's scary, it is. But, you know, the city of Burnaby, they petitioned UBCM in 2019, and they have $2 billion in reserves. That's a whole other story. And they actually were concerned because for them, it's quite risky to be all in fixed income and just limited to those 6 things that we have on that list. It's actually quite risky for them. So they decided that, you know, we need to start participating in equities. And so when they approached the ministry said, no, we're not going to let you do that on your own, but go and talk to the MFA. And we, as MFA, and we're governed by a board of trustees and the Trustee Act. So we are allowed to open any pooled investment fund that our trustees deemed, you know, useful to our local government. This particular fund is not suitable for everybody, where all of our other funds are suitable for all our local governments. This one will not be suitable to everyone. It's important that the local government does their homework. The number one thing is you really have to have good cash planning, because putting money in here, this is to be left for 10 years or longer. This is not a short-term gig, right? You must put the money away for a longer term, because over time, with equities and bonds and being involved in infrastructure over time, you will tend to make a lot more money than it being in fixed income. But you have to be able to ride out the waves of the volatility, right? It is capped. The ministry caps it at based on your population. So I'm embarrassed I don't know this. So if Nelson is under 10,000 people, you can only put 10% of your cash and reserves in a fund like this. And if it's more than 10,000 people, you can be up to 25%. And just because you can do 25 doesn't mean you have to. That would be your limit, right? That you'd be able to put into a fund like this. So clearly there's investment limits, and there has to be a lot of communication between, public with changing investment policies to be allowed to invest in something like this. Obviously, your council would have to agree on this. And there's certain things that Chris would have to sign off on, his understanding of these kinds of risks, because it's kind of a fund. So this fund is not fossil fuel free. What we call is carbon light. And no, we don't make up these names. That carbon light is a real name. And the reason why we can't say it's fossil fuel free is, ironically, about 94% of this fund is fossil fuel free, but it's the other 6% is a bit of a stretch, right? So we're going on the carbon light side. So if you are eventually interested in a fund like this, like I said, you got to leave it for 10 years because, you watch the equity markets in the last year, they're volatile. Heck, even the bond market went the wrong way this year. They usually, go opposite directions, and this year they're both going the same way. So you have to be able to stomach the volatility. But in the end, you will get a better return by being invested in different things. So we have equities, and not only equities, but global equities. We have bonds, global bonds. Most of our other funds are all domestic, so all Canadian. We also have an infrastructure fund in there, and we also have a real estate or a mortgage fund in there. So right now, I'm currently working on opening up a fossil fuel-free version of this fund. It probably will be similar in structure, but obviously there's going to be a few things that have to come out of this current fund in order to go into a fossil fuel-free version. So if and when the time comes that you actually would contemplate going into a fund like this, and if you decided that fossil fuel free was something you're interested in, that would be available to you.
So Shelley, on that, the fact that you can invest globally, I would assume gives you a much bigger marketplace. Canada is dominated by our resource sectors, I guess, is for lack of a better word. Whereas obviously other countries aren't as dominated by resource sectors. So I would think you could have a broader range of companies that would still be high performing companies that, as in Canada, don't rely on the resource sector.
No, that is correct. It is global. Ironically enough, in the current fund we have, we call it the DMAC fund, but the diversified fund we have, it was actually the Canadian equities that I'm going to use the word saved us lightly, but we opened up a fund in a very volatile time, the beginning of 2022 in January, and at the end of the day, the fund is down 5.5%. And you think, well, that's not actually that bad. That's actually pretty good compared to some of the other markets that were down up to 15%. And our saving grace was Canadian equities. They really performed in 2022, and it really brought us up, so we weren't down as much. Burnaby has over 400 million in this fund. I talked about them having a $2 billion portfolio. They have a substantial amount in here, but they're in there for the long term. They've said they're never pulling it out. Right? It's going to just be perpetual. But they have the money to do that, right? And we have two other participants in the fund as well. So, it takes time to get into a fund like this. Like I said, you've got to make sure that you've got money to put away for 10 years for longer dated projects you won't be doing. And you have to be able to explain the volatility. And you really have to understand accounting. You don't lose money unless you actually sell. It might look like a loss on paper, but in reality, it isn't until you actually sell something. So,
Shelley, as we go forward
Yeah.
with this new DMAC FF,
yes.
FFF.
the
FFF.
the FF DMAC,
Triple F.
and that sounds like it could turn into a
FFF.
bad thing.
It could.
Are you just going to go, or would the plan be just to go with PHN again? Or are we, having gone through this process, we went out and kind of had a RFP, and we had other companies come in to then, state what they could offer, or do we have the experience now that we are just going to develop this next fund in-house?
Well, not in-house, so to speak, because we don't have enough staff, but we will be going with PHN again because it's the same funds. So for the fossil fuel free version, it's pretty much the same funds we've got in the regular version, except there's a few that have to be swapped out to be pure fossil free. Because like I mentioned, the other fund was 94% fossil fuel. So we got a little bit of jigging to take 2 out and put 2 new ones in that are strictly fossil fuel free.
Okay, well, thank you for that. Thanks.
Yeah, it saves us money because the larger the fund, the cheaper the fees are, right? And to have a global equity fund and they're charging us 33 basis points, well, it is pretty good because there's a sister organization in Ontario that offers these funds to local government. And their fees are 65 basis points.
Yeah, no, we did very good with the negotiations in terms of the basis point cost of this. So just curious as to how that process would go. Thank you.
No, thank you. Okay, I just wanted to touch on that. MFA has always been really engaged in with our shareholders, being our stakeholders, being you. We are owned by local government, and so we spend a lot of money in educating local government, mostly in finance, but in other things as well. We're at all the conferences, sponsoring everything. We develop courses that we teach to local government practitioners. Happy to come and do these things whenever you want us to. So we're really trying to be helpful, so to speak, and helping our members because you do own the MFA. They're owned by local government. We're not owned by anybody else. So I just wanted to make that comment. And I don't know if there was any further questions or something.
Question here. I've got one from Councillor Woodward.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay.
I was just wondering how you perceive the MFA in terms of shaping the marketplace, considering, you represent, a huge amount of funds from municipalities. Is there like an activist quality to the MFA, or is it very conservative?
I wouldn't think we're activists. It's one of those things, like I said before, is we try to listen to the members. It's not really up to staff to pick and choose things that we want to be involved in. We try to listen to the members, and that's how these fossil fuel free funds came about. I can be honest with you, I don't believe in fossil fuel free stripping out investments because I like the idea of some of these fossil free companies are actually helping, so not all of them, but some of them are, and that needs to be paid attention to. And so we don't buy the bonds, someone else is buying it. We're not really making, too much of a mark that way, but we are making a statement. But that's my own personal opinion. We try to follow the members, the trustees, our board. But as individuals, we try to take their lead on the direction we can go. And, at the end of the day, we're a financial institution trying to get the best rates we can for local government, whether it's be on the investing side, whether it be on the debt side. We've made some pretty great strides on the debt issuance side. One of the things I didn't discuss is, everybody's going ESG and lately. And so our investors are now requiring us to disclose to them, what are you doing with the money we give you? It used to be they gave us the money and we dished it out accordingly and off we went. And now it's, well, where did it go? And so now we're having to say we did 3 sewer projects, 2 water projects, a hospital. We can't issue a green bond. We can't make a statement that way because we're a cooperative model and not all of our lending out to our members are green projects. So we can't do that.
Yep.
But we have been deemed to be sustainable bonds. And in other words, everything we do is for the good of society because we loan the money to local government and local government is for the good of society, right?
Right.
So we're making inroads that way.
Okay.
And it's going to be going even further where the investors, they, not only now do they want to know what you did with the money, then they're going to say, well, what was the impact? So we've just recently hired a director of sustainability to help us, thank goodness, because we're going to have to work with local governments is you did a sewer project. Okay, well, how many liters did you pump through? Was it better than you did before? Are you helping more people than you did before? Is it secondary, tertiary? Like they're starting to ask way more questions because it's getting to be quite something, the world of ESG.
Yeah.
So we're making inroads that way, but I don't think I answered your question. But.
Well, I mean, it's like you're a big organization with a lot of influence and sway, and so, as we move forward, I keep coming back to this idea that local governments are having to deal with climate effects, and we're going to provincial and federal governments because we need funding to do mitigation and adaptation work. So I'm just kind of trying to suss out where the MFA is in that field of play. So thank you.
No, it's a fair question.
Shelley, from your answer to that, it sounds like we have to hire a director of saying what our projects are doing.
Sustainability. Yeah. Well, we're working with the ministries right now to make sure, you're already sending them statistics and they're already collecting data. And how can we make sure that we're not making you collect extra data? How can we use the same data? And so that's our next push is how can we work with local governments too? Because we're going to have to do it because otherwise we won't be able to fund ourselves because that is the way it's going. Is everybody wants to know, the money I have contributed, is it doing some good and what good is it doing? So.
Okay. Thank you very much, Shelley.
So Shelley, I really want to thank you for coming today and that we finally got to arrange having a session, and hopefully next time we can have you here in person because if you've never been to Nelson, it's a great community and it would be lovely to have the opportunity to show you around and perhaps have you leave some of your money behind in some of our lovely local shops and galleries that we have here in Nelson. I know there'll be a representative coming to the AK BLG in Cranbrook in April, so hopefully we'll see you there. And I look forward to seeing you at my final trustee meeting on March the 7th. So once again, thank you so much for making time to be able to come and present on the Municipal Finance Authority of BC.
Thank you for inviting me and thanks for the questions.
Thank you.
Okay. So everybody, just a 5-minute stretch break. I'm not asking for a motion to recess, but you can stand up and we will continue on with fleet and transit. So Jody can. Okay. Talking money, that always makes most of our heads spin, I'm sure. And we are moving on to the last item of the day. And we have in the hot seats at the end of the room there, we have Charles Johnson and we have Jody Cayley. And our presentation, I think our last presentation of the day is going to be on fleet and transit. So over to you, Jody.
Okay, thank you very much. I like to start off as, not many of you are here now, but,
Well,
They'll come in.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'd just like to congratulate all new councillors and returning councillors to their seats, and Mayor Morrison to your new position too as well.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations to all of you. So the org chart, which is,
Okay.
is that up? Yep. There we are there. My director is Director Henderson. I follow under his supervision as Fleet and Transit Supervisor. I have two departments, which split off into the garage and transit, which I have a garage lead hand, which directs 3 full-time mechanic techs, and we have one apprentice technician in the shop. The garage lead hand is also a working tech as well, so he's quite often on the floor along with the group. The transit lead hand, he directs 9 transit drivers along with 6 casual transit drivers. He as well is a working transit lead hand, so whenever he is needed to pinch hit, he's available for us. So policies and guidelines, I don't really fall, my departments don't really fall under any bylaws, but we do have policies and guiding documents that we follow. So for the city fleet, such as in the garage, we follow the VSIS legislation, which is the Vehicle Safety and Inspection Standards. We also follow the CVSA regulations, which are the Commercial Vehicle Inspection Enforcement. We service vehicles every 250 hours or 5,000 kilometers, depending on the type of vehicle. This service structure exceeds manufacturer standards. All annual and semi-annual CVIP inspections are sent to a third-party garage. This just gives the equipment another set of eyes to go over our equipment, making sure that they're safe and living up to our expectations. The hydro trucks, we just currently, over the last couple of years, been sending those as well out to a third-party garage to get all major boom services done. Just to, there's a shop, Inland Kenworth in Castlegar, that specializes in hydro boom servicing. And it's just, again, another second set of eyes on our equipment. Not saying that we're not capable, but it just gives a little more assurance that we're on top of the game with these trucks and with the booms. They're specialized in that, so our guys are definitely qualified, but just not specialized in the technical side of things. So it just, again, too, it's sort of a liability thing as well, is that we kind of then can waive the liability along with the CVIPs too, that then we can, with them doing those inspections for us, if there ever was, and God forbid if there ever was an event where there's a serious injury or a defect or a failure, we can waive that liability somewhat. All repairs are completed in-house, and this sort of exceeds any third-party shop repairs. The city technicians are highly trained and have a vested interest in keeping our fleet in peak condition. So, if we were sending our fleet out to third-party shops, we probably wouldn't see the quality in the repairs that we see in-house, because we do. Go ahead.
So, I guess there's also this, when you're keeping the equipment at top shape, the valuation then on the other end, when you do want to move or sell them and move to them, you're actually keeping value.
Exactly, and that's a whole part of all of that, and it's all part of those inspections as well, is that I'll cross out another slide here yet, but quite often when we go to trade our vehicles in, in the past, when, when we're dealing with a new company or something, they'll want to see all of our servicing records and things like that. But when we deal with a company like Brandt Tractor, which we deal with all the time, they don't even care to look at any of that. They already know that the equipment's held at peak condition, so they don't even look. They come out, do a little demo with the machine, and they give us top value for the equipment when we're trading it in.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
So we'll move on to the transit fleet. We run in a master operating agreement with BC Transit, and that is also in conjunction with an annual operating agreement. There's only 4 municipally operated transit companies in BC. Those companies are Powell River, Nanaimo, Sunshine Coast, and ourselves. So we're kind of a unique little operating company that is self-owned or self-operated by their municipality.
We've had transit for many years before BC Transit ever existed.
We sure have. We owned our own buses at one time, and the bus depot used to be up where the old furniture store was on Josephine Street, and that building burnt down and burnt all of our buses. And I think that is when we transferred over and took on BC Transit as being, because we couldn't afford to buy all brand new fleet. So BC Transit, I think, approached the city back then, and that's when we got into that partnership. City Maintenance Garage follows all BC Transit's strict preventative maintenance program. So with that maintenance program comes along with we're able to do our own CVIP inspections. So we do our own CVIP inspections only on our bus fleet. Now, again, we are audited also annually by CVSE to maintain that facility license for us to be able to inspect our vehicles. So again, even though we're doing it, and I talked about that we had a second set of eyes looking at our fleet equipment, but in this situation is we have CVSE also following us up with what we're doing, and we get BC Transit doing transit fleet inspections annually. So they come in and they inspect our buses, they inspect our garage, they inspect all our tooling, all that sort of stuff, making sure that we are on top of our game. So in a sense, even though we're doing our own CVIPs, we also have BC Transit following up, making sure that we're keeping to that certain standard.
Thank you, Mayor. I was wondering so with the city side, we have a lifespan of our fleet, and then we sell and we buy a new one. On the transit side, obviously buses have a lifespan. What happens there?
So that's fully governed by BC Transit on what they have as a lifespan for their buses. We've just gone through a retirement. The small little 27 and a half vicinities just got retired. We just got one out of the yard now. We still have another one, but it's going to be leaving soon. But they were replaced by 35-foot vicinities. And they have a second door, so they have a rear door and a front door.
Nice.
A little more usable. They've been great. Those little ones the maintenance was horrible on them. They were the first generation vicinities out of BC Transit, so there was a lot of things that were unforeseen, and they've learned from their mistakes, and the new 35-footers, they've corrected a lot of those mistakes, and so far they've been pretty good. But again, we didn't receive brand new buses. They're 2018s. But that's what BC Transit supplied us with. So they are in control of what they're giving us and what they're taking away from us and what the lifespan is.
Okay, thank you, Drew.
So we're the farm they get retired to.
Correct, yeah. That's why we're such good old farmers, you see.
That's why we have a great shop.
Yes.
Actually, this is where servicing in-house and the skill of our mechanics is keeping us going. We're probably the envy of a number of transit areas in terms of being able to do this work in-house.
Yeah. So just to extend on that is, so when BC Transit comes to do their fleet report, they give us a rating. So there's a green, yellow, and red rating. This is an overall view of how the city looks after the equipment and how we deliver service. So it's right down to the drivers pre-tripping their buses, the mechanics keeping the buses up to snuff, our administration staff, how we do our paperwork, how we submit it to BC Transit. It's all in this one report, so it comes out as a rating. As far as I can speak, we've never been into the red in my career as being a supervisor from 2014, or since 2014. We've always had a green rating on the maintenance side of things. So our shop is keeping these buses always in the green rating. We've had a few things that have knocked us down into the yellow, but those are simple things such as pre-trips not done properly by some of the drivers, administration, some of the paperwork not getting in on time. Those things knock us down a couple of steps, and that's what puts us in the yellow. So we've had a couple of yellows, but for the most, we did go a stretch of 6 greens in a row, and that was, we were at the province high at that time. So we were the highest consecutive greens in a row. So just a little bit of bragging rights there.
And get it while you can.
Yeah, that's right. You got to take them when you can. The city mechanical technicians are sent to BC Transit maintenance shops annually as well for training on basically BC Transit buses, just to stay on top of the latest in technology. I also look after fleet purchasing. So, well, as a team, of course, with finance. So our we run under equipment replacement plan, which you guys will learn about next week. We usually go in 5-year blocks, which we are starting again this year for the next 5 years. The heavy duty equipment is replaced every 10 years or 10,000 hours. 10,000 hours, if you're curious, sort of is an industry standard on major components in heavy equipment failure. So when we get to around 10,000 hours in a piece of heavy equipment, you start to see engine failure, transmission failure, differential failures. So we like to stay within that bracket of getting rid of the equipment before we reach that threshold, because it starts to lose value. Because if we traded a machine in that say had 12,000 hours, the buyer would say, well, you know what, that thing isn't worth anything anymore, because we know we're going to have an engine failure or a transmission failure. So that's where we came up with that threshold. That's been in effect for many years, and it still holds. The light duty equipment, we just basically base that on a 12-year lifespan. And with my experience so far in the city, 12 years with the light duty stuff, it's done its time. It's basically had it.
Jody, just want to ask you, does our geography or topography affect the lifespan of our equipment, considering it's so steep here?
No, the steepness really has nothing to do with it. This equipment that we purchase is definitely heavy duty. It's not, we're not buying inferior equipment that, can't handle this. So, and we try and buy locally as well, so that we have the support from the companies locally for repairs and warranty issues. And, any of the equipment that's sold around here, definitely is in tune with what we deal with around here, for sure.
Mayor,
Yes.
through the chair, how are we doing with our specialized equipment in terms of the sweepers and the little sidewalk sweepers this winter? Haven't really gotten the same haven't yet seen the kind of workload we anticipate, but we've had issues in the past. And as we go into spring season and dust cleanup season, how are we doing in terms of pre-maintenance and ensuring those?
Pre-maintenance?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, like I say, all of our equipment's kept up to snuff. We have one of our large sweepers in the shop right now, getting ready to go, assuming we might start seeing some dust here in the downtown core.
Yeah.
So we're just preparing for that. Again, we're up against a freeze, so we're probably gonna be a couple of weeks anyways before we might see it dry up again, but yeah, fully prepared for that. The winter season we purchased a new sidewalk plow last year, or year before last, and it's like a Swiss Army knife. It's got plenty of attachments. When I came into this position, I made it my vision to purchase equipment that could be used year round. When I came into my spot here, we had a lot of just one season equipment, and to me that didn't make any sense that equipment sat out in the yard for a whole summer or winter and not turn a wheel. And it really showed on the maintenance side of things that those things really deteriorated. So I do try and buy equipment that is multi-use and year-round use, so that it stays mobile and it always stays in the maintenance rotation.
Yeah.
So that sidewalk plow has served us really well. We've got a blade, a sander, a pressure washer, so it does like the walkways down at down at Lakeside or a sidewalk or something. It's got a spray bar that can wash the sidewalks off. It has a wash wand that you can take out so they can do bus shelters or the benches and that sort of just pressure wash things. They have some graffiti on some of those benches down there, and the pressure washer takes it all off without too much trouble at all. So it's been a big benefit.
Unit that we can get into tight spots.
Yeah.
So downtown, we get an emergency where we have to dispatch somebody, and it's 12 o'clock in the afternoon downtown. You wouldn't be able to get a big truck in there, but that little unit is pretty handy to get in.
Yeah.
To those tight spots.
Yeah, we had an issue in front of the Bank of Commerce there last summer where there was a mess made down there, and that little unit pulled right in there and washed it all up. So, you know, buying that sort of equipment and having the vision to go out and, I go to each department whenever we're looking at replacing a piece of equipment, see what's gonna fit best, and we start the discussion, and I go out to the manufacturers that I usually deal with and get ideas from them, and, that's been another great purchase for us, so. And, but yeah, again, year-round use makes a big difference.
Great.
And the attachments are all there, and on that piece of equipment, we're right now looking at getting, they had to kind of specially make this sidewalk sweeper for us, because really that piece of equipment is one size smaller than what this unit is meant for, but they went ahead to their manufacturer and designed the attachment to make it fit on our unit. So they're bringing it in the spring to demo for us, so we can put it to use on the heavy sand pickup on the sidewalks and just see how well it does.
So instead of
We haven't
having
purchased it
the,
yet.
So instead of having the big flush truck going down the streets and another guy on the big hosing down the sidewalks, we're gonna have just one person hit the sidewalks, and we'll be able to do that much more quickly and more efficiently.
Yeah.
I just think about how much of Nelson is resting on all this equipment and staff and maintenance.
Yep.
Like it's substantial when pieces go down and you really see the effect. So there's a lot of weight on these equipment.
There is a lot of weight on that equipment, and listening to Director Henderson speaking and Colin as well, we get a lot of demands from the public, and it's hard to keep up with those demands, and it takes special equipment sometimes to meet those demands, and but fortunately we do have a decent equipment pool, and we're able to get that equipment to tackle a lot of those hard jobs. Thank you. Where was I here? Okay, so all equipment is assessed nearing the replacement date to evaluate condition and determine if the vehicle is able to operate extra years without jeopardizing its value. So again, to answer earlier question is yes. Just because the machine has reached, say, the 10-year mark, but maybe it's less in hours, it's down to maybe about 3,000, half its life, 3,000 to 5,000 hours. Me, in collaboration with the garage lead hand, Dean, we'll get together and assess the vehicle, go through the records, the maintenance records, see what kind of troubles it's been giving us, see what the body condition is like, and really give it a good once-over and see if it can run extra years. And for example, one of our hydro trucks has run an extra 8 years. We're replacing it. I think it's 2024, I believe we're replacing that unit. And the backhoes, we've been pushing those just because they're not in use as much. They've been running another 7 years, and when it reaches their time, maybe we push them another few years. So again, it's not just we hit the years and boom, we're getting rid of it. We definitely evaluate equipment. And not to run it so long that it's jeopardizing value. Like I say, we wouldn't want to run it into 12, 13,000 hours and then lose its value. So we got to be cognizant of that as well. Yes.
Thanks. I'm new, but I'm hearing fleet and I hear transit and then the parks and the hydro. So even though those are different departments, all the vehicles live in fleet.
Yes.
And is that true for the budget lines too?
Yes.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's almost like Jody runs his own business, and he rents these vehicles out to different departments. They pay an hourly fee, and then
I love this kind of stuff.
He maintains the vehicles, collects that revenue, and there's enough revenue there to be able to put into a reserve so that we can replace those vehicles over time. So it's like his
That's
own
an innovative structure. I like that.
Yeah, so we look after
in the city fleet itself, hydro, police, fire, and all of public works.
Really?
And then we have transit on top of that, and that group of, well, you see 4 of my group there, it's missing 1 person, but those 5 characters there take care of all of that fleet.
And the outstanding joke is, because I just, can't leave it behind and you weren't here, is that the garage, well, because this is from the previous councils
Thank
and
you.
years going back, and the garage absolutely refused to ever look at past CFO Colin McClure's vehicle. That was not allowed in the works yard, so.
Too badly
Anyways,
down.
he said to me
it's
yesterday
past
that he
its
would-
years.
Yeah, come for lunch today. Maybe he's listening remotely and he can hear that, but,
I would just add, it's a typical structure within the IT department too. We'll take the same thing and bill out all the individual,
yeah.
and that's the same across the board. When you go down to the RDCK, you'll have a number of supporting services will bill out to the other services.
Is that typical for municipal governments?
Not all.
It's the best way we do it.
Just curious.
Best
Most
practice.
large,
Good-
most large organizations operate that way, that you have, especially on fleets, that you would, and certainly the provincial and federal government do that too.
It's definitely a best practice.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's,
I'm new.
I've kind of explained it to others, such as sort of like Andex Rentals is, the fleet is here, which is kind of under my umbrella, and then I rent out this equipment. So as soon as the equipment leaves the yard, it's charged out hourly. So even though it may drive from the yard down to the park and stay at the park for the day, they're still paying for 8 hours of it being out of the yard. So they're paying into the equipment replacement fund that way.
Okay, thank you.
So also, during all my investigations of when we're buying new equipment, I try to buy prominent equipment from leading suppliers that are able to provide parts and support for the equipment, purchase minimizing downtime. So we don't want, I do my best to buy locally because we have their support. If we don't buy locally, and which we can't always, warranty issues are sometimes a problem. When we have long-term breakdowns, getting parts, things like that, major components, sometimes can be very troublesome if they're, if the equipment comes from a long ways away, so, say overseas, you buy a piece of equipment that comes from overseas, getting parts and service is very difficult. So try to stay as local as possible. I skipped one there. The city of Nelson is a member of the Canoe Sourcewell Procurement Group, simplifying the procurement process. So that there, Canoe has really helped me out for procuring vehicles. I used to have to go through a very rigorous process of writing tenders. So basically, I'd have to build a vehicle on paper and put it out as a tender, and then hopefully I get what I had on paper. So getting technical, like a hydro truck, I needed to specify what was in each work bin as far as where the hooks were placed in those bins, how the bins were laid out, and all of this sort of stuff. Since we've been dealing with Canoe already has those vehicles procured. So all I have to do is go to someone like Alltech and say, hey, I'm looking for this type of truck. They send me all the specs already done. And now I can just go over there and add and take away whatever I don't want, rather than me building this truck. It's already done. So it's really simplified that process. It's sped that up big time. And we don't have to, again, too, one of the advantages with Canoe is we don't have to settle for the lowest bidder. That procurement process has already been done. So legally, we can pick whatever vehicle that is in the Canoe process and just choose that unit, even though, of course I go and get our best value, but we don't necessarily have to take the lowest bidder. If we've got a better machine that's maybe a little more money, but I know we're getting a better machine there, well, we can pick that machine without worrying about the legalities of what is that called? There's a legal, the trade agreement, that's right, the trade agreement.
Councillor Woodward has a question for you.
Yes.
Thank you. So obviously we were affected quite heavily by supply chain issues.
Yes, still are.
Still are. That's my question was. So are we as affected or has it gotten
I
better?
haven't really seen it change much, if not gotten worse.
You know, we've got several pieces of equipment right now on order that we can't even get build dates on. We're, as far as parts go, we're finding issues there in the shop as well as getting delivery of parts. But yeah, vehicles are taking, we used to go through this process here with council, get approved for the budget. I would order the vehicle as soon as the budget was approved. We'd have that vehicle by the end of that year. We're waiting 2-3 years and we still, you know, some of that equipment's still sitting out there. So it's been a hard adjustment for us to figure out, and this is what we're gonna work on this year, I think more is where are we gonna put it in the budget that we can get approval for it? And if we order it here, where does it come out of the budget? You know, because we're looking so far down the road is that we might put the budget column here, but actually we're pulling it out of the budget 2 years down the road, 2-3 years down the road. So that's been a little bit of a challenge for us to kind of foresee the future, which is almost impossible right now because you don't know.
I imagine you also have that same sort of issue in terms of the fact that as you get a piece of equipment that's getting to perhaps end of life where you knew that, okay, well, we've already pushed this a couple more years than what we thought. And then it's like, you know, in the old day, we used to be able to get that and get it back in. Now you have to run that risk of trying to make the hazardous guess of, okay, well, we know it's got 4 years left, but if it's gonna take 2 years, and then the 2 years are kind of our extended kind of period of time, but, you know, trying to get that calculation into it is that you need the equipment. And yeah, you have to take
And
a
funny you
wild
bring
guess as
that
to
up
where it.
because we've just run into that, Mayor, is that we had 3 pickup trucks, smaller pickup trucks that we were ready to get out of the fleet. And we've ordered 3 trucks and we still haven't seen them yet. All 3 lost their transmissions. So we've got 3 trucks now down and we've had to pull other trucks that we had in the surplus that we've already retired back into the fleet to be able to supply to the departments to run through until we see the new trucks arrive. So we're already in that awkward balance, right? So it's it's a tough thing right now.
The only thing I would say is, you know, we have maintained our equipment and we're not, you know, there's many local governments that just, you know, have equipment at truly end of life and they don't have that luxury that they have the staff and mechanics that can keep this equipment running in those in between time, right?
And that's the truth for sure. And that even goes for those small pickups because the guys have already patched those trucks together trying to run them longer, but then finally the transmissions went and they just couldn't, you know, we could go out and purchase a new transmission, but what worth is that, you know, especially when we have other trucks coming on the way, you know, they could show up tomorrow, we don't know. They can't even give us a bill or a delivery date on those trucks because it's unforeseen to Nelson Ford as well. Wow. Any more questions on fleet purchasing? Good. So this next slide you've seen already from Director Henderson's. So I just thought I'd add that to maybe open it up for any questions. He said that if you guys have any questions on the hook truck or the hybrid police vehicle. One thing I seen on his slide, the hybrid electric boom truck. So I'd like to, that delivery is for this year. So that truck was supposed to be delivered in August of last year. So we ordered it in 2021, supposed to be delivered in August. It got pushed to December of 2022, and now it's just been pushed to February. So this is what we're seeing, and they said that it's all got to do with the electronics for the hybrid boom. So just to push, or just to explain a little more about that hybrid truck. So the chassis is still a traditional chassis, diesel engine, still with a PTO system to run the boom. But when the truck gets to the job site, the boom will go on to electric, and the diesel engine will shut off, and the boom will run all on electrics. So it's got a battery pack on it, and it'll run on electrics. That battery pack is charged overnight with a plug-in inside the shop, but as it's running down the road, it is also charging that battery pack. If it gets to a point, it's supposed to do a full shift, 8 hours of steady use. That's not going up and sitting in midair for 8 hours. That's 8 hours if you were to run the boom up and down. So it's definitely gonna run a full shift. But if in the case they forgot to plug it in and they went out on the job site with only a half a battery, if that battery happened to run out, they don't flick a switch or nothing. Automatically the diesel engine will fire up and they go back on conventional hydraulics. So that's why they consider it a hybrid, because it's battery and diesel if needed. So same as a hybrid vehicle. If you were going up a hill with a hybrid vehicle and the battery couldn't take you any longer, the engine would kick in.
Way nicer to work around.
Definitely, and you don't have the fumes down on the floor with the other guys working down on ground level, and you don't have the noise. So it's huge.
Councillor Lockhart.
Jody, as far as charging goes, right now with only a couple of vehicles, I'm sure you can just plug in. But will there be a plan to say go to a level 2 or multiple level 2 chargers?
Yeah, so as you see in 2022, our first electric pickup. So that'll be our first fully electric vehicle once it arrives. Again, we don't have even a build date on that truck yet, and I ordered it in the summer. So once it arrives with the one truck, I feel that we'll just be able to plug into the wall, like you say, for now. But yes, I've been working with Cecilia in climate, and there's all kinds of grants out there, and she's good at digging up those grants. And we're already looking into, but we need a future plan as well. I don't want to just order a charger and plunk it in the works yard and not have a plan, because we need to have a vision on where are we going to be at in 5 or 10 years, and how many chargers are we going to need.
Yeah.
So we need to kind of collaborate that with Plug-in BC, and they were going to come out with an assessor to assess our fleet and where like they've got the knowledge on where fleets could possibly be in 10 years, and they'd be able to give us a rough idea on how many charges we would need in 5 to 10 years. That would then give us. Director Henderson talked about the yard reorg plan. I've got that as a piece of that reorg, is where is the charging stations going to be? Because we need to have that plan on, because it's going to take up a footprint in that yard. So we need to know where those are.
Yeah.
So hydro also plays a part in that decision, as well as transformers. We have to put in big transformers for these chargers. So I've touched base with hydro a little bit about it, and it's doable. It's doable wherever we need to put it, but they need the plan too. So because we can't put a transformer here and then move all the charging stations to another part of the yard. That's not good business. So yes.
So when we have to plan for transformers and stuff, what budget does that come out of? Is that like a fleet budget, or is that like a hydro budget?
Hard to say.
Yeah, or the detail at the works yard.
It's probably.
That's gonna be a new problem to try to address as we incrementally electrify, right? How that looks.
Yeah, so basically we try to charge cost to the activity.
Okay.
So, for example, the works complex is divided. We charge that out to the departments that they relate to. So, part of it's hydro, part of it's public works, etc. So, this would follow this same route. If it's to service whatever 20 public works vehicles and 20 whatever hydro vehicles, we're going to allocate the cost, because we're trying to calculate what is the cost of parks. Parks involves having vehicles that cut grass and do all those things. What's the cost of Nelson Hydro? So we do try to allocate those between them, and we do similar to what Jody said in terms of creating this initial all the cost goes into this this initial cost center, and then it's recovered through those charges to the other departments over time.
Yes.
So if we're an early adopter, like the 70,000 in Columbia Basin Trust funding for the electric truck. So if we're an early adopter, we could gain an advantage by accessing a bunch of grants.
Exactly, yeah.
And then I'm also wondering, as we move down this road, the cost savings, I asked that earlier, on the actual mechanicals of these. I would imagine there would be a cost savings.
That's all unforeseen right now, right? And that's kind of, I guess my idea of getting at least one truck in here right now, and let's have a look on how this is gonna react to our, you know,
The winter.
is it, yeah, the
hills.
winter, is it going to, take the hills all day long? Is it gonna, you know, we don't know.
So this is kind of a bit of a pilot project.
Sort of a pilot project, but definitely trying to stay in the Nelson Next program is we got to start moving forward. So I thought with this grant and everything else, it just kind of fell into place at the right time. And we went ahead and got it at a great deal now with that grant, because they are very expensive, and it would be kind of a risk to go out and say buy 10 of these trucks without knowing a little bit about them and how they react to our environment here. But this here is a great start at not a high cost to us. So I think it's a great introduction to full electric and just see how it works. And yeah.
The other factor is that technology is changing
Yes.
so quickly that you buy 10 of these and, you know, in 2 years, the technology's
For sure.
so much improved, right?
And we talked before, but, you know, there's the cost of the vehicles is a little bit more expensive. We got the grant for this one, so that's fantastic, but there's that. You know, you talked about a couple of years down the road, we need charging infrastructure.
right.
There's training for the mechanics to be
Yes.
able to understand how these new vehicles, how to repair them.
Yep.
So there are some upfront costs, and then what kind of annual savings we see, that's sort of the test, right?
Yeah, and that'll be, maintenance is what it'll boil down to. You know, we're not talking fuel, but I'm still unclear on how the charge of electricity would go. Would we be metered? Would we be metered and charged for power to run our own vehicles? I don't know how that piece even rolls out.
That would make sense, yeah, saves fuel.
Yeah, so, all of that would play a part. Yeah, and, yeah, for sure, clean fuel, yeah. Yeah, and Chris touched on it, is I'll have to send away our mechanics. It's not a big, long course. I think it's about a week and a half, but they have to go down to the coast, get trained. So we'd have to kind of send half the guys, half the people one day or one couple of weeks, and then the next half. The training isn't really overly expensive. I think it's the last time I checked, which is a few years ago, pre-COVID, but I think it was about $2,500 a head, plus accommodations, plus wages. And then understood that there's you have to upgrade your shop. So this is all kind of new to me, but I found out the upgrades were going to be around $20,000 because the shop now is dealing with very high voltage and high amperage. So it's almost, they have to actually work with rubber gloves to work on the trucks on certain components, not all of them, but certain components.
Yeah.
So it's all new to them, and it definitely needs training. So there again, that's why buying local. When Cranbrook bought their first vehicle, I got in contact with their maintenance supervisor, and I asked them what their process was for buying that vehicle. And they said that they bought local because they needed the support. Their shop wasn't ready to take on any kind of service work or anything. The mechanics weren't trained, so they bought local so that they could service local. And that's the same idea as what I did with Ford. Fortunately, Ford is the only one that has one right now. But even if Chevy did, Chevy's only half an hour down the road. We can get it serviced there. But you wouldn't want to buy something like a Tesla or something like that for your first vehicle, because you got nowhere. You'd be low bedding that vehicle or towing it down to Vancouver or Kelowna or something to get serviced, right? So we have to keep our cards close to us right now until we learn more about how this is all going to roll out.
Thank you.
Jody, thank you, Mayor. Jody, the more you talk, the more it seems to me that there's a certain first mover advantage to developing the fleet, to building these expertise. So there's quite a barrier to entry. And I'm thinking, so with that in mind, and I've sent you an email, and I think it'll make more sense when you get it, but what's our capacity to expand, in your mind, and manage a bigger shop, doing more work, more vehicles, especially a fleet that's mixed like that? Do you feel like you've got the management capacity and the ability?
Myself?
Yeah,
I'm
and
only
your
here
team.
for a couple more years. It'll be somebody else's problem.
But I'll be gone.
It strikes me that we've got some issues with this, and what you're
Yep.
experiencing here is going to be experienced by other fleets.
Yep.
And I'm just get your mind thinking about, like, could we take on some more work to support other fleets. You'll see what I mean by the email.
Yeah, and a fair enough question, because sort of the same question has come about from BC Transit, is expanding our fleet with BC Transit.
Yeah, that's
And
what I'm thinking.
the same thing will happen as well as when BC Transit finally electrifies their fleet.
Yeah.
And we end up with electric buses, you know, that's gonna take on a whole new realm, and you know, what are their expectations gonna be? Like, they hold a very strong factor on what we do and how we do business. So if they want a certain type of shop and with some certain type of equipment in it, well, we'll have to accommodate that if we continue to service BC Transit buses.
Yeah.
So, you know, with the troubles that we were just talking about earlier before this meeting about ASLCS and Next Gen and all the issues they're having, BC Transit, you know, might come approach us and say, hey, do you want to take over that fleet? You know, because when it goes to RFP or whatever, however they're gonna put out the new contract, the city has the opportunity to bid on that. Anybody does. But right now, we don't have the capacity to take that on, but we'd have to be prepared.
That's my question. That was the email.
Yeah,
It was
for
to
sure.
ask that question.
Yeah.
Do we have the capacity?
Yeah.
And
Right now, we're pretty much maxed out with as you see their small crew there.
Yeah.
We're running pretty much tapped out.
Yeah.
At the size of crew we have and the shop that we have. So if we were to take on more work, it definitely would take more people
Yeah.
and a bigger shop.
yeah, absolutely.
There's no doubt about
it. And the bigger shop doesn't necessarily have to be located. I mean, it would be ideal if it's in the same shop, but you could maybe have a satellite shop. Is that a possibility? Makes it more
I guess
difficult.
anything's possible, but again, you'd be doubling up with everything.
Yeah,
You know,
right.
with having a shop in one location, you've got all the tooling, everything in one place. But if you put another satellite shop, you almost have to double everything you
Yeah,
have.
fair enough. Yeah.
So,
Okay.
but it is possible.
And we have, kicked around, is it possible to work shift work, right? And use the same shop more hours of the day, and then there's sort of some parts and logistics, so, but that's another option, right, is
Shift
more
work
hours.
would work for employment power, like people power down at the shop, but it's still a space challenge, right? Is because, you know, we've worked shift work at the shop before years back, when I was in the shop, and it was, the night shift would take apart a bunch of equipment and not have parts available because all the retailers are closed.
Right.
And it's unforeseen. Some of the service work that we do, yes, change oil, no big deal. We can change oil and ship it out the door that night. But you change oil, you check the brakes. Oh, it needs a full brake job. Well, now no shops are open to supply us with brakes. So now the day shift comes in and the whole shop's plugged full of equipment that's half taken apart because, so it takes some organizing and it has been done before, but it isn't an ideal thing. That's kind of why we don't do it anymore.
Okay. Thanks.
Tell Greg not to be so heavy on the brakes.
That's right.
His engine braking.
So next slide, again, you've seen this picture. So yeah, the Playmore Junction. So a lot of those there, the Playmore Junction turnaround, the signs, the bus stop signs. Let's take, and the bottom one, the Belfer Ferry. Those are all RDCK projects for the 99 and the 10. But they have made big differences in our operations because we operate those runs. So I just thought I'd put those in there as being highlights from 18 to 22. Just because they were significant changes to our system and they made big differences for us. So, and the new shelters I got my spelling right, Poplar in front.
I was gonna say, wow, that got changed so fast. I have it on my desk here.
And Gordon and Forth is our project, so we did those. I think that's it on that slide, unless anybody has any questions on that one. The next slide just kind of goes, again, a little more detailed picture of the conceptual design plan for Victoria Street. And the question I heard asked was parking. Now, you can see in that plan, which was the one that was approved by council, they did a lot of changes to Kootenai and the 200 block of Victoria to gain more parking in that area. And yes, there will be extra parking on Ward and Baker where the where the transit depot will be taken away from. But like Kevin had said too, is there is 2 more bus stops on Baker just to accommodate the Baker Street. So there'll be the inbound and outbound stops. And we kind of sort of just very high level put them at BCAA and right across the street in front of, I think that's RHC right across from there. Just, it's just really rough. That's not set in stone by any means, but we're just trying to get the plan figured out as where could they be. So that can change at any time or be put any place, but I still think we still need a bus stop on Baker Street, inbound and outbound, even if we move this to Victoria. So
Those are good spots.
they could be, yeah, yeah. And then, yeah, a picture of the Belfer Ferry. So,
The new ferry.
yes.
The new ferry and the new.
The new ferry and the new parking lot. So the new parking lot, that we had a lot of trouble in there because we never had a through access of the parking lot. So quite often our bus would come in there. We're meant to go right down to the front of the lineup and pick up passengers there just as they're coming off the deck. And quite often in the old parking lot, we were unable to get down there because of parking, because of congested vehicles waiting to get on the ferry. So we'd be held up at the top of the parking lot, and quite often passengers would get missed because they had to walk all the way up there, and by then our bus was gone. So now they've given us a free through road in there and actually put a bus shelter and stop right down right at the off the deck. So that was a huge improvement for us. Very big, significant time saver.
Can I ask a question just in terms of down by the market? Any buses planning to go, do we know, down towards the market for the summertime?
Not
towards Cottonwood?
currently, there's been no plans.
Okay.
There's been no plans, but I can't quite remember if we're going to do a new, well, obviously, when this new depot goes in, we'll be doing another, what would you call it, sort of an overall look at our transit operations, because this will change a lot of the routing, and it may add revenue hours because we might have to do a little bit of circling, different routing, so it might be an addition or possibly subtraction to some. So that would be a time that we would look at possibly if there's a need to go down in the Railtown area. The only hard part about Railtown sort of is there's only one way out or one way in and no way out sort of thing. So it makes it difficult getting in there and getting out of there. So we'd have to come up with a plan.
Right.
And, you know, obviously, if development happens down there as proposed, then you start to plan transit into those.
Yeah, and I would fully encourage that if we are going to start developing down there, is definitely get that bus route in plan now before we start overbuilding and now we don't have a route to in and out, you know?
Yeah.
I also wanted to mention, because I know it's been on Keith's mind and Rick's mind, is transit being electrified. So pre-COVID, they had us in the books for 2024. And I just called them before this meeting because I kind of wanted to add something in here. And they said that their new plan is not complete yet. They wouldn't give me a date. So I think they're up in the air too. I know I've heard from BC Transit, they're having issues too with delivery of vehicles, held up with electronics and the rest of it. So kind of unforeseen when we might see that, but I know they still know that we're on the bubble to be one of the first.
Can you tell me how many bus companies potentially make these electric buses? I just read this morning that the Canadian government has given, I believe, Ottawa $350 million to buy 350 electric buses so that Ottawa can meet their 2040 We've Gone Green initiatives. And so I'm just, 300, like, we want one bus, they want 350, we're 10 years out. Like, how many, it seems to me that when I just think in my head of companies that make this kind of equipment, is that we're pretty much limited to I could probably count on my hand how many companies build a bus.
Yeah, I think you probably have more fingers than the
that's
actual
what I was
companies.
thinking.
So, but BC Transit already went through the RFP process, and they've they've come up with a company that they're happy with. That's the other thing is, there's a
Okay, so
lot of,
that's a big step.
it is a big step, and they've crossed that bridge already, so they've come up with a company, it's just that the company's having a hard time delivering what the needs are.
Yeah.
So,
And if BC Transit likes them, maybe the city of Ottawa likes them too.
exactly, yeah, yeah. So
but
it's,
It's a Canadian company, I think, too.
get now the name of the company, I can't quite remember.
Power?
What is it?
Is it Green Power?
No, it's something like provolone or something like that, I can't quite remember the name. I don't know, that's a cheese, but it's something like Prevo maybe it's Prevo.
I mean, not that it makes a big difference, but I mean, it's just that we keep talking about this getting electrifying the fleet and stuff like that. And I think there has to be consideration that we're not the only person that's electrifying a fleet. And I can tell you, if you came and knocked on my door and told me you wanted 350 of my buses, you'd be my first
Yeah,
client.
yeah,
Not
absolutely,
the city of
yeah,
Nelson
yeah.
or BC Transit looking
Proterra.
for one bus.
Well,
Proterra, that's it, yeah.
To be clear,
See,
BC
that's provolone,
Transit
you know,
in their
Proterra.
planning is to buy a bus, but unfortunately they won't do it.
Yeah,
And you got the right letter there.
Which kind of makes sense as well.
And the bottom line is,
And that was-
who cares who got those buses?
Yeah.
If they're deployed, they're built and they're deployed in Ottawa or Nelson or whoever, they're taking vehicles off the road, right?
Yeah,
So-
there's that, but you can imagine how much nicer it would be for those businesses on Victoria Street to have a non-idling diesel bus.
I'm just saying from the GHG point of view.
Yeah, from the GHG point of view, fair point, but.
They're displacing,
Whoever takes the most cars off the road, right?
right.
Yeah. Yeah.
In Nelson.
So the next slide kind of gives us a little, vision of what kind of is in the plan for 23 to 28. Top line should make some of you happy. I have plans for 6 or more light-duty gas and hybrid vehicles to be replaced with full electric units. So, moving forward, that, and if we find success with the lightning that we're receiving, we should have no problem meeting that goal.
Question from Councillor Page, please.
So, touched on a little bit before about the hydrogen economy and not to take us all into a new round, but at some point, the use of other non-electric fuels, especially particularly in the heavy-duty space, will probably be required. What are you seeing in that space, at least for products down the
Hydrogen.
pipeline? Hydrogen, or any other no-emission fuel?
Yeah. I don't know much about hydrogen. What I know of it is very expensive to store,
Yeah.
very expensive to produce. So I don't see us as a municipality going that direction unless we had some huge funding from somewhere that would kind of offset those costs.
Yeah.
I find our goal for electrification more doable than I do hydrogen.
Yeah.
But I'm not saying that it isn't a possibility. And I know with hydrogen, you can upgrade diesel engines to burn hydrogen.
Yeah.
So you don't have to do conversions rather.
Electric diesel conversions.
Yeah, so, but I don't have enough knowledge around it because of the expense of it. And it doesn't seem to be on the forefront. Whenever I talk to the manufacturers, I don't ever hear them talk hydrogen.
Yeah.
It's usually electrification is their first go-to. So that comforts me that, well, okay, if we're gonna go that way, at least we might have people that can look after us. But if we went hydrogen, maybe there's nobody here that could look after us if we had issues.
And the challenge too with hydrogen is how it's produced, of course,
Yeah, no, just wondering, because it is part of
for sure.
the roadmap in the future.
Yep.
So supplemental then, picking up in your diesel electric piece, are you starting to see product lines on that heavy duty side?
No,
I
I'm
know,
not, I'm
there's
actually,
I know there's places
Yep.
converting some of the forestry stuff here in BC, but I'm just wondering,
yeah.
any of those major,
Heavier equipment, yes, but that heavier equipment is bigger than what we operate.
Right.
So you get big excavators that are all electric,
it,
but
right.
we don't run big excavators. So even small excavators, they're too small, the
Yeah.
ones that are electric. So we're kind of in between of what works for us.
right?
So far, that's what I've been seeing, Keith. As far as, Kenworth approached me 3 years ago and said, hey, we got a demo coming for a
Right.
single axle truck that would, and then they showed a truck in a picture that had a plow body on it and everything, just like our snow plows. I thought, yes, bring that demo here. We want to see it. Well, now I talk about it to Kenworth and they go, no, it just dropped off the map. Mack trucks are one of the leaders on electrification. They did all that work in, where was that, Chicago, with all their garbage trucks. They had 300 garbage trucks on the road. They were ready to mass produce these garbage trucks. All you can do is put a deposit on it and wait and see if there's enough demand that they're gonna open up the production line to start building them. I talked to a dealer that just came through the shop, yesterday it was, Cubex. They built 16 sweeper units. So they build the body, and then they procured the chassis, which were from Mack.
Right.
So I says, hey, well, out of those 16 Mack trucks, did you guys have any interest in electrification? No, Mack isn't even talking electrification right now. So I don't know whether it's a technology thing that's kind of fallen off a little bit, because there was so much push, say 3-4 years ago, and then all of a sudden it's gone quiet. So I don't know what's happening. I've got my nose to the ground, but man, I'm telling you, it's hard to get any information from anybody.
Jody, from what I've heard overall, it's a supply chain thing, it's
It
a
is.
battery thing,
Seems
it's
to
all of
be.
those things adding up, and people have a hard time seeing over the horizon, like,
Yeah.
wow, when's this gonna end?
Yeah.
It looks like 4 or 5 years out, so.
I just sent to everybody my most up-to-date little science project on hydrogen, so read it at your leisure when you have a chance. Hopefully you all got it.
Yeah.
You're making hydrogen at home?
You wouldn't believe what I do under that supposedly third story of my home, you know? You know, the grow up hasn't been all that successful, so we've
Might be
moved
okay.
on to other energy aspects, so. Anyways, it's just an interesting article on hydrogen.
Thank you.
so.
And Janice,
appreciate it.
just to be clear, you said, here's something to read on hydrogen, and then you sent a link to a video.
It's a video. It's
Right.
like it's interactive.
captions.
She's a scientist. Sorry, like
Got
it's
it.
Thanks, Jody, for that.
sorry. It's a read, watch. It's just a fun, like you can watch, you can listen to her
Friday.
talk and enjoy it.
Nice.
Friday.
She's
But also to be clear, Fortis has said in their whole roadmap to 2030, et cetera, along with Clean BC, that hydrogen is going to be a big push for both of them. And the challenge is, as Councilor Woodward says, is a green-blue hydrogen problem. But even Fortis has said they're going to heavily invest, and they're committing to X amount to be green hydrogen, and with the focus being transportation. So it might be something to just keep our eyes open for.
Oh, yeah, no,
Yeah.
for sure. It's, but until you hear,
The
you know,
industry doing it.
dealerships around here starting to say, hey, we got a hydrogen truck we got to show you. Well, then, yeah, let's see it. But until then, you know, there's
Yeah.
no point digging too far into it, because it's kind of wasting your time at the moment,
Yeah,
in
for
my opinion.
No, that's
Yeah.
what
Yeah.
the question was.
It's like the unicorn. It's like you're looking for the unicorn.
That's
Like,
right.
where is it? Where is
Yeah,
it? Does it
yeah.
exist?
Yeah, it's just over there. It looks like Bigfoot, eh?
Yeah.
You know, everybody's seen them, but no, there's no real pictures of them, right? So.
In the ocean.
Yeah. But I did hear also, now it might be a rumor, but supposedly there's 2 states down in the US that have banned electric vehicles because of the issues with fires, the disposal of batteries, things like that, that they've kind of banned the sale of electric vehicles in those states. So, you know, I'm almost seeing a full circle going around.
Something tells me they're trying to own the libs on that one.
Georgia.
Yeah.
Sending those batteries to some senator in Maine.
I mean, there is I mean, we're laughing about it, but we need to be aware. As I mean, like, you know, watching the news last night and talking about the amount of fires. So, the Vancouver statistic is 5 of the 10 deaths they've had in residences in the last year. 5 of them were caused by electric, like by batteries. I'm assuming lithium. So 50% of the fire deaths that they had were related to
Like a computer
batteries.
or a cell phone.
And part of that is
Mostly counterfeit stuff.
those, I mean, when you listen to the whole story, I'm sure that there's faulty equipment, for sure. There's no doubt about that. We all know that there's, you know, made on Monday or Friday or before the long weekend, you get the faulty piece of equipment. But it seems to, in a lot of cases, that people have decided that they want to gerrymander with them. And particularly, say, like with the e-bikes that have kind of exploded in terms of the fact they've gone and they've tried to mess with their batteries to either increase the torque or the capacity and the speed, and really they don't have the knowledge to be doing that, or maybe they're reading the latest Google handbook on how to do it. But it is problematic, and we have to caution people against. I mean, this is technical equipment.
Yeah.
And you really shouldn't be doing that, right? I mean, you're putting people at risk, but I thought it was very interesting statistic. I mean, like, if 50% of those that died in the fire were related to battery explosions and whatever, I mean, that's a concern, particularly for a number of these fires were in residential complexes.
I would think that, former Mayor Dooley passed around a piece of material before along those lines of the fire that happened up in Kelowna, and I think it's a piece that our fire department may want to put out some learnings in the future, at least for some advocacy, because it is certainly happening. It's certainly people buying replacement batteries that aren't CSA certified. It's people playing around with batteries and changing things around and just not really appreciating the flammable nature of lithium and what happens when you leave a battery out to freeze, or you crack it open, or you puncture it, or you don't store it properly in lots of different ways, and it's in everything. So
Yeah,
I
'cause
think there's some
we just
value
wanna
to
encourage people to be safe.
being
I mean, that's
educated
the-
about that.
Yeah, we just want our residents to be safe. We want to encourage our e-bike program. We don't say, no, we're not gonna have it, but we wanna, you have to be a responsible owner, whether it's an e-bike or a gas powered vehicle. I mean, like, we just have to,
Yep.
handle it appropriately and not think that we can change it to squeak out a bit more uphill torque.
Or
which-
just replace the main battery pack after 5 years because this one's 600 and that one is 700,
Exactly.
right? Like, that's where people start to make those choices that end up with actually the $200 battery being sold for 600 instead of just
There's a few videos on YouTube you could Google on transit companies in China, and I think there was one in Germany. The buses were just sitting there charging,
Yep.
and the fire broke out, and they're violent fires. Like, they're fast and they're violent.
And that's what they said about the
water
lithium, is
reactive.
it's very explosive, so it's an explosive type of fire. It doesn't just smolder
No,
and
no,
you
there's
have
no-
a chance. It's an
A puff of
explosive,
smoke and the whole thing is engulfed,
So
so.
that's
Yeah.
another element as we move into this, that your shop has to be,
For sure.
That's why, that's why the
Right.
tool
that's why the training and the.
right.
fire suppression needs
Okay.
to change,
Interesting.
Wyoming is the one to bet.
Yeah,
I haven't yet.
I think what we're really all saying is that the infrastructure needs to be in place
Yes.
To deal with it.
incrementally
Yes.
before we electrify or as we're electrifying, because those are really expensive components of electrifying. Everything from power distribution to fire suppression. Those things, even if the cost per kilowatt to charge the battery is less than the cost per kilowatt to buy diesel,
There are these,
there's these upfront costs, big ones.
sure.
Thank you.
And that's exactly why I think, kind of dipping our toe in rather than jumping head first
Yeah.
is the way to go. And, if we stick to this 6 or more vehicles in the next 5 years, that'll really give us a good idea on where we're going and where we have to be, right? Rather than just jumping in, spending all this money and then finding it's a failure. So, or finding out that we've done something wrong and we have a fire or something like that, right? So.
Thank you, Jody.
Yeah, I think we've covered just about everything.
Well, it was great.
Yeah.
That was a good afternoon discussion, and now we're all up on fleet and transit, because it's a big cost. There's a lot that goes into it. It's not just a car; it's everything else. So thank you very much, Jody, for the great
Yeah, you're welcome.
update, and
Thanks for having me.
yeah, of
I
course.
don't mind telling you what I do. Well said.
And by the way, when you mentioned 2 years, I just want to remind you that I believe the mayor has to have sign off on people retiring.
I didn't see that written in my contract anywhere.
So just to keep in mind that there is no retirement before 2026.
Well, it's all how I'm treated, so there you go. See? We can make things work if you want.
Anyhow,
That's right, yeah, money talks.
Anything gonna be, anything.
thank you to all the staff. Thank you to all of our staff who attended today to run us through Public Works, Parks, our equipment. Great to have MFABC come in and update us on our investments and borrowing options. And so our next agenda on the on today's agenda is late items number 7. I didn't allow any early items under number 3, so I think we can move on to item number 8, resolution to adjourn. If I could have a resolution moved by Woodward, seconded by Councillor Page. All those in favor of adjournment? That's been moved and carried, no opposition. And